Testing. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the launch of the Tobago People's Party Blueprint. We are about to begin in about 5 minutes, but before we get into the formal event, the All Boys Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the Tobago People's Party Blueprint. Please stand for the playing of the national anthem by Mr. Amari Douglas. After, we will have the opening prayer by Dwayne Dyer. Please remain standing for the opening prayer by Apostle Dwayne Dyer.
Bow our heads, close our eyes. Father, we give you thanks, we give you praise for this moment, Lord, that we can come before you and say thank you for what you have done and what you're about to do in our lives and in this island of Tobago. We pray, O Lord God, even as your word says, pray, thy kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. Father, we pray that as your kingdom come down on earth today, even over the island of Tobago, we pray, O God, as your kingdom has love, so too let there be love. As your kingdom has healing, so too let there be healing now. As your kingdom has, oh Father, dear God, comfort and joy, Lord, bring comfort and joy to those in need of comfort and joy. We thank you and we recognize your sovereignty, oh Lord God, and your power. We pray, oh Lord God, even as Proverbs chapter 19 verses 21 says, many are the plans of a man's heart, but it's the Lord's purpose that allows to be prevailed. Father, Lord God, so too now we lift up the blueprint, oh God, that is being presented today. And we pray, oh Lord God, that your purpose will prevail. We declare that your purpose will be prevailed over this nation, oh Lord God. And Lord, even to the extension of Trinidad, Lord, let us be, oh God, light, oh God, that is shining over this earth, oh Lord God. We lift up Tobago. We lift up even the representatives. We lift up every candidate now. And we declare, oh Father, dear God, that your guidance, oh God, and your protection shall be with them in their going out and in their coming in. Father, we come against wickedness. We come against wickedness in high places. We come against wickedness to cause confusion. We come against wickedness that will cause chaos. Father, we lift up the hearts, O God, of men. We lift up the hearts of your people, O Father, dear God. May they be receptive. O God, may they have understanding and comprehension. We speak, oh Father, Lord God, these things right now. And we nullify the powers of darkness, that it will have no power over, oh God, Tobago. It will have no power over the blueprint. It will have no power over the plans, oh God, that you have set in order for this nation. We speak the blood of Jesus upon this event now. We speak, oh Father, dear God, a divine protection, a divine covering right now, Lord, that, Lord, you would surround and encamp around this place, that, Lord, there shall be no accidents, there shall be no incidents. We pray, oh Father, dear God, right now, that your purpose shall prevail. Your purpose shall prevail. And we lift everything before you now, in the most precious and holy name. In Jesus' name, everybody say,
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, please have your seats. Let me take this opportunity to thank the All Boys Steel Orchestra, as well as the dancers led by Lisa McSween, Amari Douglas of the Uptown Fascinators, as well as Apostle Dwayne Dyer for the national anthem, opening prayer, and All Boys for giving us the renditions this evening. The Honorable Farley Chavez Augustine, Chief Secretary of Tobago and political leader of the Tobago People's Party, Deputy Political Leaders, Mrs. Natisha Charles Panton, Dr. Faith Brebner, and Mr. Trevor James. Chairman of the Tobago People's Party, Ms. Anne Natasha Second, other party executives, candidates of the Tobago People's Party, distinguished guests representing sectors across Tobago, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This evening, we gather at the Uptown Fascinators Pan tent for the official launch of the blueprint of the Tobago People's Party for Tobago, a clear plan of our island's development. Before we begin, kindly note that the restrooms are located at the back of the facility and they are clearly labeled male and female. To formally open our program and set the tone for this evening's proceedings, I wish to now invite Mr. Ricky Jofield, the candidate for Darrell Spring WIM, and Mrs. Natisha Charles Panton, candidate for Mason Hall South, Bagatelle. Please welcome them.
ready? Good night.
For generations, people of Tobago have nurtured a vision of an island that is self-sufficient, a Tobago that honors its ancestors while building a sustainable home for its children. This evening, our home, our 116 square miles of limitless beauty, our Tobago steps forward with purpose, not to complain, not to settle for what is easy, but to claim what is possible. This blueprint that will be launched by the Tobago People's Party is our line in the sand and our plan of work. It is practical, measurable, and attainable. It is created for the Tobago we must build next, which is the greatest little island on the planet. It doesn't start from scratch. It builds on some foundations already laid and accelerates the work that must now move faster, deeper, and wider across Tobago.
And this setting is not accidental. We are seated inside a building still under construction, a space defined not by finishes, but by plans and intent. What surrounds us is a blueprint in motion. You see, before walls rise and doors open, there must be a vision, structure, and disciplined execution. That is exactly what this represents for Tobago. A blueprint is not a dream. It is a complement to precision. It sets responsibilities, timelines, and standards for delivery. And just as this facility began as a line on paper before becoming steel and concrete, the Tobago People's Party is launching a blueprint that turns ideas into action.
This building also tells another important story. It is being realized through partnership, through collaboration between public purpose and private capability. This is the Tobago we believe in, and our blueprint embraces that approach, leveraging partnerships to modernize infrastructure, expand housing, build digital capacity, and create jobs that keep Tobagonians here, thriving right in Tobago. So let this space remind us that progress is designed, it is planned, it is built step by step, beam by beam, policy by policy. Just like this structure, Tobago's future will be constructed with integrity, purpose, and an unshakable belief in what we can create.
We are launching this chapter with a simple belief. Tobago can govern smarter, build stronger, grow faster, and compete harder, while protecting every environment and culture that makes us who we are. That essentially means stronger institution that serves people. It means schools that prepare our students for modern careers and not just exams. It means healthcare that respects time and dignity. It means communities with roads, drainage, housing, safety, opportunity that reaches villages, not just headlines.
So this evening, the TPP unveils direction. This is the blueprint for Tobago, drawn by its people and ready to be built. This blueprint is backed by programs and deliverables. You, the people of Tobago, will be able to track progress, measure outcomes, and hold us accountable. And that is the standard that we have been setting from day one. Let the message be clear. Tobago's future will not be delayed by excuses. We are choosing action. We are choosing a stronger, smarter, healthier, competitive, connected Tobago.
Built by Tobagonians
For all
are
are
we.
Let me take this opportunity to thank Mr. Ricky Joe Field and Mrs. Natisha Charles Panton for those fitting welcome remarks. And moving along into the program, I would now invite for a scorecard review. We'll now ask the Deputy Chief Secretary and the representative for Belgarden Glamorgan, Dr. Faith Brebner, to deliver the scorecard review, which is a critical reflection on our performance, accountability, and progress. Please welcome Dr. Faith Brebner.
Good evening, Tobago. Good evening, TPP family. Good evening to the supporters, to our friends. Good evening to Tobagonians around the world. I didn't hear you all. Good evening. This evening, we are not here to start a story. We are here to continue one, because the truth is this. Our work to rebuild Tobago did not begin in 2021. It began in 2017. That was the moment we stepped forward with a clear conviction that Tobago deserved better governance, better leadership, and better outcomes. We framed that with a simple but powerful commitment. Remember? We said to build a better Tobago. Remember that? And how are we building a better Tobago? We were doing it, say it with me, child by child, family by family, and village by village. Yes. Between 2017 and January 2021, we did not lead from our offices. Remember, we were in James Park. We were on the ground with the people, listening, standing firm. Remember that walk from Roxborough the town? To shine a light on injustice, neglect, and the urgent need for change. And yes, we swam. To make it clear that Tobago no longer would be silent, no longer invisible, and no longer ignored. Because leadership to us was never about convenience. It was about conviction. From 2017, we fought. Sometimes silently, sometimes loudly, to bring transparency, fairness, and responsibility back to the Tobago House of Assembly. We asked the uncomfortable questions. We challenged old systems. We refused to accept that the way those who were running it for the longest time was the only way. Because we were not afraid to ask for more. Tobago, that was phase 1. Tobago restoring integrity to governance. Then came January 2021. Remember, the people of Tobago spoke. The result was clear, 6 for us and 6 for them. And despite the equal mandate by the people, we were locked out of the halls of governance from January 2021 until December 2021. We waited, not because the people rejected us, but because the system delayed us. And still, we did not retreat. We did not sulk. We did not stop preparing. Then came December 2021. And with that, the people's mandate was finally allowed to take effect. That is when we entered phase 2. The phase of delivery, guided by the people's mandate that was given to the then PDP. The mandate was not just about paper, but commitments made to real people in real communities with real needs. Remember, the message at that time was simple. What was it? Larry, fix this. Larry, fix this. Not tomorrow, not someday, but now. So even before we go into talking about 2026 and beyond, it is only right that we tell the people where we are. And I want to do so honestly, clearly, and simply. I want to give you the scorecard. So let's talk about, before talking about that specifically, when you look back at that mandate, we had about 56 major promises. Of those, about 40 are in progress. As I said, we are going to be honest. One has been completed, and the others we are yet to start for several reasons. So let's talk about governance. Let's talk about governance. You're saying there, for some things, we are in progress. For others, we are waiting. We have, for the first time in a long time, having done an audit, a forensic audit of the THA. That was a difficult time for us. That was a difficult time because we needed to account to the people of Tobago. We need to show you the progress that we were making. And to do that, we acted. That forensic audit started with the roadworks and emergency works back in 2021. And in one of those programs, the auditor actually said to us, and I want to read it verbatim, it recommends to the THA that the amount of 103 million relating to 30 projects removed from the Emergency Works Program 2020 to 2021 with immediate effect. That single recommendation saved the Tobago House of Assembly $103 million. That is what accountability looks like. And let me add this clearly. This TPP administration laid the financial statements from 2018 up until 2023. And in January, dare I say the first or maybe the second sitting, the 2024 financial statement would be laid. The Tobago House of Assembly, the accounts of the Tobago House of Assembly has never been that up to date. We have, thank you. We have modernized how governments work. We now have the e-tender mechanism. We've begun the painstaking work to input data into our integrated human resource system. We recently launched the Safe Tobago app. And in 2022, we started with the Show Me a Road Tobago. You all remember that? You all remember that the app was so overwhelmed with public response that it crashed after a while? Tobago, that is because we were finally listening to you. Now let's talk about labor and public service. We said that long-serving workers deserved dignity and security. So in 2022, we started with 3-year contracts for TRHA workers. Those were the ones who were given month to month during COVID. And as soon as we came in, we changed that. Thank you. In December 2025, we took the next steps. We issued letters of permanency to over 300 nurses. But we did not stop there. We are the ones, and I want to say it once and for all for those who may be listening. We are the ones who increased the wages for CPEP, for URP, for the litter eradication program, because we want to ensure that our workers' living conditions are well. They now have paid sick leave. they now have paid vacations. That is dignity. That is fairness. That is delivery. Now let's talk about safety and security. We continue to invest heavily in national security. And let me be clear, national security is a sixth schedule item. It is not the responsibility of the Tobago House of Assembly. Yet, we continue to spend because Tobagonians deserve to feel safe. Youth development. We are committed to building leadership, not just talking about it. We are the ones who expanded the summer internship placements, giving young people real exposure, real responsibility, and critical skills. Because the Tobago of tomorrow is being shaped right now. It is being shaped today. And yes, my baby, healthcare. We promised to expand healthcare capacity, and that we did. The Roxborough, and I'm saying it slow, the Roxborough Hospital is now operational. I hit in my chest. Because what we found was a glorified health center. And what we have delivered to the people of Tobago is a full-fledged hospital. To the hundreds of people who have received cataract surgery, say it with me. I can see clearly now. And we have been screening a new set. So don't worry. Very soon, those surgeries will start. At the Scarborough General Hospital, we are redesigning the accident and emergency room. This morning, I was there visiting, ensuring that that was on progress. Because we want to ensure that we improve patient flow, dignity, and outcomes. And these works will be commissioned very, very soon. Give that a round of applause. And let's talk about education. Through increased data scholarship spending, we've expanded access to education aligned to Tobago's development needs. This administration has prioritized our young people through the education system. We are finally at the stage, Secretary Hackett, I know this is a baby of yours, of about to implement the Tobago-centric curriculum. And let's talk about land and housing. We are committed to fairness. We reduced the cost of those lands that the families who were displaced by the airport relocation in Crown Point, we are the ones who reduced it so that they could finally afford property to rebuild their homes. Because even though those on the other side wanted development to become your punishment, we have taken care of you. Residents of Crown Point, do not forget. and infrastructure. This evening, this location, 7 Knightley matters. The Smithfield Collector Road is complete, and it represents one of the few construction projects where a whole new road was actually done. I know when Secretary James comes, he will speak about the others. Food security. Through TATCO and the Capital of Paradise, we are now earning foreign exchange when we sell fish. Our farmers now have a ready market for their products. And our mega farms are on the way. The fact is, though, we had this in the face of opposition. Let the record be clear. We accomplished all of this while governing from in the middle of COVID-19. We did this while managing an oil spill that threatened our coastline, our livelihoods, and our environment. And at the same time, we had police harassing we. They even went into the home, the official residence of our chief secretary. License department was tormenting citizens. Every weekend they showed up in droves. Deliberate underfunding from central government. And of course, the tie-up money that we've been talking about. But Tobago, we delivered anyway. And I want you to give yourselves a round of applause. So this evening, this scorecard proves one thing. We are able to execute. After I am done, Secretary James and Secretary Hackett will go deeper into our accomplishments. And then the political leader and Chief Secretary will take us into the blueprints for 2026 and beyond. So Tobago, I want you to do this. I want you to choose who choosing you. Let me say it again. Choose who choosing you. I'm saying it one more time. Choose who choosing you. Now, when I say Tobago, I want you to say, is we. Tobago. Is we. Tobago. Is we. Tobago. Is we. And now, together, let us work hand in hand to truly make Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. Let us continue this construction. Because Tobago is what? Because what? Because what? Tobago is we. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Faith Brebner, Deputy Political Leader and candidate for Belgarden, Glamorgan. Thank you for that insightful and comprehensive recap of this administration's performance, accountability, and progress. As we move along into the program, I now invite saxophonist Ricardo Seals, who will give us a rendition as we include him, because Tobago is we. Welcome, Ricardo Seals. us show our gratitude and appreciation to saxophonist Ricardo Seals for his rendition of Bring Back the Old Time Days, and it reminds us of who we are as a people of Tobago. We are unique, we are special, and we are a talented people. Let us give him some appreciation again for that beautiful reminder and rendition of bringing back the old time days. We are now into the segment where we will be presenting a report to the people of Tobago on key deliverables. And this will be presented by Mr. Trevor James, the candidate for Scarborough Mount Grace. He's also the deputy political leader of the Tobago People's Party, and Miss Zorisha Hackett, the candidate for Bethesda Lescoto. Please welcome them.
Good evening, Tobago.
Good evening, PDP family. Good evening, candidates. Good evening, Deputy Chief. Good evening, Chief Secretary. It's an honor to be here tonight.
Of course it is. And I see you walk with your project management items, eh?
No, well, you see, I had a blueprint, but we will come to that.
How you feeling?
We are good.
T-minus 7 days?
T-minus?
How long? 11?
11 days.
Like I'm more excited than anything else.
So, tonight we're here to present the blueprint, the plan that would outline the strategic philosophy and direction for the next 4 years. And as it should be with all plans, we must contextualize it within the current environment while appreciating the past. So, in the spirit of Sankofa, let us go back.
Bringing context to our achievements, no doubt. No doubt that we have. In fact, Mr. James and Tobago, we have achieved a lot. And there's a lot to be grateful for. We continue to observe and welcome the growing attempt to compare 21 years. As a matter of fact, to try to equate 21 years with our 4 years, because that in itself tells a story. Unfortunately for this segment, we can only tell a small portion of that story. We came into office on December 2021, and we inherited failing roads, broken jetties at Speyside, no jetty in Little Tobago, Plymouth, broken jetty again there, rundown health and community centers, schools, a loss of the capital of paradise. And in the midst of it all, in the midst of all of that, we were saddled with underscoped, overpriced, incomplete ghost projects, mostly given to the hands of a few selected contractors, coupled with a massive debt of almost $1 billion.
Therefore, what we have achieved is a testament to superior fiscal management and astute leadership. We've had to overcome talk from politicians and supporters of the opposition in Tobago and Trinidad, bitterness, animosity, and bacchanal, all illustrated, orchestrated by Dennis the Menace, Kelvon, and Petal, and blocked and robbed at every turn by Keith and his government in Trinidad. Some say it was determined from Port of Spain that we must do nothing, that they must hound us out of office, and we must not survive the 4 years. We survived police raids, as Dr. Faith said, body searches, bedroom searches, car searches. We've had to survive court cases, weaponized state agencies against every single thing we tried to do. We've had to find ingenious ways in which to move Tobago and the Tobago nation forward. We brought off-budget capital into the economy in Tobago. So we have achieved all this. That's why we say it's beyond comparison. What we've achieved is essentially a miracle of managerial mastery. And tonight, miracle number one is
Miracle
the division
number one.
of finance.
The Division of Finance, Trade, and the Economy. One of the biggest instances of the miracle of managerial mastery. And of course, Secretary Petalan Roberts. We want to thank you. You were preceded by, of course, the Honorable Farley Chavez Augustine, who took the mantle of that division and ran with it. So to negotiate the narrow and treacherous road of attempting to service the burden of nearly $1 billion in debt is one thing. But we were not able to do just that. We also supported and strengthened business enterprises and development by disbursing over $8 million in business development grants and over $1.2 million in loans to nearly 400 entrepreneurs, and over $1 million, again, to fisherfolk for boats and engine repairs, and of course, their safety equipment.
We designed loan guarantee program capitalized at 12 million, strategically targeted to expand to 60 million. We unlocked private sector financing, protect employment, stimulate investment, and strengthen economic resilience, covering up to over 80% of approved loans with eligibility ranging from $750,000 to up to $3 million.
And we're only getting started with this division because we also designed the Tobago Development Fund to provide long-term investment, financing, shares and debentures, leasing and factoring acceptance of new securities. And of course, business development support, including product development, system strengthening, and market success. I think that's a very important one.
We established the THA Contingency Fund in 2022. From unspent balances, 15 million of that was fund allowed for the immediate mobilization to respond to the oil spill.
We also completed major upgrades on the Charlottesville Micro Enterprise Center, the roof that leaked from day one, the faulty plumbing and electrical, and work is currently being done on the other 4 across the island.
We never got financial disbursements on time, but we were able to properly time central government and reduce our overdraft from 10 million down to 2 million.
Over 400 million was strategically reallocated from recurrent expenditure and repurposed to impactful development on the island. Chocolate cake we made from limes.
The implementation of the quarterly budgeting ensured timely disbursements to various divisions of the Assembly. We completed the outstanding audits left by the last administration, and we completed up to 2023.
And as we look to wind down on this division, we have successfully secured 100% every red cent of statutory releases in fiscal 2025, including recurrent, development program, URP, and of course CPEP funding, safeguarding the Assembly's stability and operational continuity. Now when I say we're winding down, we had about 11 or 12 pages of achievements. But for this program, of course, we couldn't show off and put everything here on stage. But of course, located within our blueprint, you're going to see all the achievements of this TPP administration over the last 4 years. And so now we're moving into the division of health, wellness, and social protection.
Miracle number 2, health services and medical access. We had cataract reduction program and eye surgeries launched in August 2022 at the Roxborough Hospital, delivering over 2,000 surgeries supported by 1.3 million in donated equipment by 2023, significantly reducing vision backlogs.
Or Scarborough General Hospital baby-friendly accreditation. Another first, and we must celebrate that Tobago is on the map in Trinidad and Tobago as being baby-friendly. Oh, by November of 2024, we also implemented 10 breastfeeding implementation standards, and there was staff training for that as well.
The Baby Box initiative was also launched in these 4 years. We launched in August 2025, providing free essential newborn supplies to all mothers delivering at Scarborough General Hospital.
This is a big one. Nurses were made permanent. Over 300 nurses issued permanent employment letters in 2025, resolving long-standing contract instability.
We also had economic and community support, REACH, as we call it, the grant program for businesses, financial support distributed to over 19 participants in business education training at June 2022. 28 businesses were given grants in 2023, 12 in 2025. REACH business education training as well also was done in 2024-2025.
I want to move on to disability inclusion and youth development. I think this is also major for the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection. And of course, we start off with Special Olympics initiatives. Hosted Tobago's first Special Olympics Family Health Forum in February of 2025. TechVox student participation in that Special Olympics, May 2023 and of course May 2024. And representation at International Olympics in June 2023. There was also Christmas outreach, the elderly homes, December 2023 and December 24. And the division continues to really move on that word, inclusion. It's not only buzzword for them. Of course, many World Down Syndrome Day celebrations and inclusions, blood donation drives. The division also relaunched the Tobago Blood Donation Drive, that's a major one. Emergency preparedness and environmental health. And of course, you know, this is the division that moved us safely out of the COVID-19 pandemic.
The Secretary of the Division chaired the CAFA meeting on April 2023, and PAHO and UNDP collaborations. Mass casualty training was held in August 2023. The Food Resilience Project discussion was done in May 2025. Shelter Management Workshop, December 2023. And the drive to remove derelict vehicles implemented in March 2024 as piloted by Mr. Sonny Craig.
Yes. Of course, our usual white waste cleanup campaign launched September 2025, and with the Tobago Day cleanup as well. And of course, we recognize Robinson Day with major cleanups as well, an initiative founded by our Chief Secretary, Farley Augustine, in collaboration with our Secretary of Health, Wellness and Social Protection.
Also, we launched the Green Bench Project, launched in 2023, promoting environmental health awareness.
And we're going to end this division off by speaking to the public health education and disease prevention initiatives, mosquito and dengue awareness campaigns. We also conducted during awareness weeks and online campaigns annually, wellness training and outreach, of course, men wellness initiatives hosted throughout the year, International Nurses Day and Midwives Day observed annually, International Day of Peace activities observed annually as well, trafficking in persons training conducted, and of course, protocol and diplomatic training for staff.
So all this was done under the Division of Health and Wellness. And of course, we can't forget how safe our carnival has been. And that was delivered for the first time in 2023 and covered by the Division of Health. So we are the safest carnival ever held in Trinidad and Tobago. Miracle number 3.
And while we wait on miracle number 3, James, I'm telling you that the achievements are endless. We spent all day trying to narrow down these achievements to be able to present to Tobago. And it was the most difficult task ever.
Actually,
you know, your division alone.
No, actually we started with 48 pages
Yes.
today, and we had to summarize that down to 9, 1 per division, and so you know it has been a hard going. So we have had to overcome, just to go back a bit, we have had to overcome this tirade of opposition against us that has led us to be as strong as we are today. We're happy that we have survived, and we want all TPP people to understand that the time has come when we must dig our heels in and stand up for this Tobago that we love.
Because Tobago is we.
Tobago is we.
The Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sports.
The key achievements for 2025.
21 to 25.
2021
Yes.
to 2025. 1, the community infrastructure and recreational facilities hard projects. We fully upgraded and completed the Collar Hall hard court. Give a hand for Collar Hall. Montgomery hard court. Wim hard court. In that facility that has been there building for the last 2 decades probably. Speyside hard court, Shaw Park hard court. Major upgrade works are ongoing with construction actively progressing at Shaw Park.
We install LED mass lighting at the Louisdor Recreational Grounds. Resurface and lighting upgrades executed in partnership with the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development at the Mongrace Recreational Grounds. Electrical system assessments and upgrades are ongoing at multiple community centers and recreational facilities across our beloved island.
The community development programs, the SORF projects. Centenarians Appreciation Program, the CAP. We retooled and revitalized program phase 4, vocational skills and handicraft training program, back to school voucher distribution program, and under sports development programs, we had the sports camp program annually over the last 4 years, approximately 400 campers per year over the last 4 years.
Yes. Multidisciplinary sports camp annually, approximately 300 children per year over the last 4 years. Talent Identification in Schools program, which is the identification and assessment of athletic talent among school-age children, was also a success.
As we know, Speyside has been featuring very heavily in Tobago in the last 4 years. The Chief Secretary T10 Blast, the Dream 11 T10 Blast, Under 16 Global Cricket International Youth Tournament, all held in Tobago. The Tobago Sports Survey island-wide data collection exercise also completed to inform sports planning and policy.
And of course, a Special Olympics engagement and support for Special Olympians, athlete participation and family engagement initiatives.
Youth development programs held under the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport. Secretary Hackett.
Trade track program cycles 1 and 2 completed, focusing on exposure to trades and technical career paths. Of course, our World of Work, a continued success for career readiness and workplace exposure provided to young adults.
International Youth Day was observed island-wide. Youth Center engagement programs also undertaken. For Skills for Success program, life skills and employability training delivered to youth participants. The YES program, the Youth Employability and Support. YES, the YES program, internship placement, structured internship and work readiness programs, all continued apace under the division, under the Department of Sport.
The Advanced Career Essentials Training Series, professional development and empowerment program, and that focused on empowering training delivered to our young women.
Community and sports sector support. Partnerships
with sporting organizations and community groups. There was also support for youth clubs and community organizations, and several organizations truly benefited from the division of ComDev, Youth Dev, and Sport.
Let's give a round of applause for youth, sport, community development. As we move on to miracle number 4.
Yes, number 4.
And I want to say that this could have gone on for 2 hours. So the small delays that you might see now, take it in stride. We could be here all night.
Who do you think is coming next, education or works?
No, I think we will save the big ones for last. So we still have the division of food production.
Yes.
As you know, food production has been a big thing for us. We've been trying our best to increase the production of food to reduce the reliance on imports from Port of Spain. And I'm sure the Secretary is happy to report that the Mega Farm project is fully underway.
But we'll get to that soon. I think we should focus right now on the division of tourism, culture, antiquities, and transportation. Destination strategy, governance, and recovery. The division of DOTCAT implemented a cohesive destination recovery and competitiveness strategy anchored in connectivity, cruise growth, infrastructure modernization standards, governance, and human capital. Also, community participation, cultural investment, and international advocacy.
The division conducted over 200 stakeholder engagement and hosted the first tourism workers town hall with 100+ attendees.
Division also re-established the visitor relations unit, and that became very important when we had those unfortunate incidents recently.
That's right.
At our Buckle Marine Park.
As we know, the secretary of the division at the time is focused a lot on trying to get new airlines to Tobago. It's been a task, but we came into this thing out of COVID, and we're happy to report that we increased tourist arrival in Tobago almost close to the levels that they were in 1994.
We also supported the resumption of international and regional direct airlift from London, New York, Frankfurt, and Barbados.
At the same time, we were quarreling with CAL and begging them to increase the flight back from 12 to 24 to no avail. We led negotiations at the World Trade Market in 2024, reducing BA's contract cost by approximately 3.5 million TT dollars. With further savings through consolidation with UK Airlift.
DOTCAT also collaborated with Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago on airlift negotiations at the Roots Conference 2022 to 2025 to strengthen direct airlift into the ANR International Airport.
After COVID, we're happy to report that the cruise arrivals in Scarborough increased significantly based on the work of the Division of Tourism. We supported post-COVID cruise season resumption and structured engagement with major cruise lines and port stakeholders to grow calls and improve readiness.
Tobago also saw an increase in cruise calls from 40 in 2022 to 64 by 2023, and then we moved from passenger growth of 46,864 to 103,838, an increase of almost 22%.
And we are happy that we can say we've increased the transient population in Tobago significantly and increased the spend by tourist arrivals in Scarborough, especially that has been dying. We've conducted promotional meetings with major cruise lines, including Royal Caribbean, Carnival, and MSC to increase cruise calls.
We've partnered with Port Authority to market Tobago at Sea Trade and FCCA cruise conferences. Our tourism performance and market growth was also achieved. International stayover arrivals recovered from 9,324 in 2022 to 14,460 in 2023 and 16,204 in 2024. With 2025, January to September, 9,903, and we're still awaiting our end of year data.
Indeed, we recorded a 79% growth in the US market, left untouched by the PNM for years. That's a big thing. We've confirmed in the US market that going forward, we'll have more flights coming from the US, which is right next door to us. We've achieved a 361% growth in the Canadian market.
You need to say that again, Secretary James.
361% growth in the Canadian market, arrival since 2022. Now they are the third largest source market for Tobago.
Our domestic sea arrivals grew from 175,531 in 2018 to a peak of 422,030 in 2023, with 403,231 in 2024 and 2025. January to September 2025, 310,555. And of course, we know October Carnival saw island sinking, so we know our figures are way beyond that 500,000 marker.
Despite the challenges with CAL, our domestic arrivals recovered from 159.8 thousand in 2021 to 282,000 in 2022, and up in 2024 to 342,000 in 2024. In January 2025 to September, we've seen an increase of 1.5% over 2024 figures, and we continue to grow despite the challenges that we have faced.
And let's speak a bit to technology and digitization in the division. DotCat has developed the Safe Tobago app to enhance visitor safety and data collection. They have also implemented the THA One portal to digitize divisional operations.
The division also, in partnership, developed partnerships and diplomacy with international advocacy. We've delivered over 150 media engagements across print, TV, radio, and online, supporting destination marketing and visibility.
DotCat has also elevated Tobago's regional influence through representation at CTO, Council of Ministers meeting, OAS, High-Level Policy Forum, State of the Tourism Industry Conferences, and of course, tourism resilience engagements.
All this we have done with a meager budget of $4 million, while Barbados is spending $45 million on
I want to also say
marketing.
that in all of that, we hosted influencers reaching 7 million plus followers combined, promoting our Tobago October Carnival and of course the other festivals on this island.
Human capital and workforce excellence. In the 4 years, the division delivered leadership training in 2025 for all heads of departments, CEOs, and board members. They've trained over 60 lifeguards, hired 40 successful trainees to fill critical establishment vacancies, including the acquisition of an additional vehicle and minor equipment to strengthen life-saving capability.
The division has also hired 64 daily rated employees to fill vacancies and updated the permanent list, covering 3 outstanding periods spanning 10 years. And I think that's a major one.
Youth tourism and community tourism empowerment. The division delivered the youth in tourism programming, including virtual summer awareness, regional summits, tourism quiz, and essay competitions, and primary school summer programs, building the foundation for a new tourism sector in Tobago going forward.
Yes. Achieved CTO regional competition results, 2022 winner of the Junior Minister of Tourism title in the Cayman Islands, 2023 third place regionally, 2024 second place regionally, and of course 2025 winner, Junior Minister of Tourism there in Barbados. DotCat has also created a scholarship program and pursued partnership with NESC to support hotel facilities, management, students, and they've done that in November 2025, just recently concluded.
The division also created a Junior Tourism Ambassador program to engage youth in public awareness and marketing campaigns. They've completed consultations for the redevelopment of the Storby Beach facility.
Yes.
We know that the URP went down there and did a lot of work on the beach. They have designed that facility, and we hope to go out to tender in 2025, 2026.
Implemented a sustainable community tourism grant program, allocating 4 grants of $50,000 each in new community tourism initiatives across Tobago.
And finally, the division deployed open public Wi-Fi, at Fort King George, at Flagstaff in Charlottesville, at Pigeon Point and Storby in Crown Point. The project cost was $140,000 with the expansion plan for fiscal 25-26. Infrastructure and site modernization also occurred under the division. They delivered infrastructural works valued at over $52.6 million, including general repairs and renovations to roofing, security, signage, upgrades across major heritage sites, beach facilities, monuments, and visitor location. Now, this is very important if you're building the tourism sector. These excursion sites are critical to where we will make money down the road.
Yes. We've also delivered major capital projects, including retrofitting Shore Park office space for Culture and Antiquities departments, phase 1 of the Home of Blue Food Development, and that's a big one. We were able to utilize it this year. Phase 1 of the Scarborough Beautification Initiative, the Charlottesville Jetty upgrades in collaboration with DIQUD, opening of the Manta Lodge Hotel, that's a big one, renovation and upgrade of our beloved Pigeon Point Jetty, restoration of Fort King George Lighthouse, clearing of the Cove Heritage Park, and of course, our Swallows vendor booths.
Power to the URP. Cultural events and orange economy investments. The division invested over $50 million in the orange economy through cultural production, festivals, creative sector support. They launched
and executed, I want to talk about this one, the Tobago October Carnival, one of the biggest accomplishments of DOPCAT over the past 4 years, from surpassing 100,000 total visitor and spectator numbers over the 4 years. And we had a really bumper season, Megan? This year.
We brought Carnival back to Scarborough,
yes,
back to the city as we try to redevelop Scarborough to what it should be. TPAC delivered major productions and initiatives including national tours, heritage opening nights, film and animation projects, international collaborations, summer camps reaching 200 plus children and youth, and onboard cultural programs on a global cruise ship in 2025.
And DOTCAT also invested over $3 million from 2022 to 2025 in our Best Village participation and hosted the first ever Tobago final in 2024. Supported Pan and Culture throughout the island, 500,000 to a steel pan sponsorships here, and of course 1.5 million invested in cruise welcomes, plus over 1 million in support to cultural groups and exchanges.
The division supported Castara's UN Tourism Best Tourism Village initiative, including application support and participation at the awards ceremony in Italy. Castara, as a tourism destination, is one of the unique best sites in Tobago that we must continue to support.
And I'm seeing we're still going on there, but Secretary James, because time is of the essence, I'm going to ask for us to move into.
We can jump to,
it's
to
endless
miracle
and
number
we will be
5.
here all night.
So as we await miracle number 5, Secretary Hackett.
Yes, we do.
The Division of Education, no doubt, will be miracle number 5.
Let's wait and
you
see.
You can speak to that.
Yes, I can.
Even impromptu.
Of course I can. And you can speak to the Division of Works, even impromptu.
One can try. One of the biggest programs that the Division of Tourism initiated, of course, is the Tobago-centric curriculum. And this is
Division
critical.
of Education in
Division of
collaboration.
Education.
Yes.
This is critical for Tobago going forward. We have been at a place where I remember some child in Charlottesville not knowing what a deer was, but that was a standard 5 SEA question. And we must get to the place in Tobago where we love our own, and how we can test our own, and how we can grade our own, because we are Tobago, and Tobago is?
We. And so now we're going to jump right into the division I led for the last 4 years, the Division of Education, Research, and Technology. DIRTech, which we so fondly call it, delivered the largest island-wide school repair program across ECCE, primary and secondary schools in the history of the Tobago House of Assembly, shifting from the ad hoc repairs format to structured, transparent delivery. And we expended $115.7 million in 4 years in school repairs and upgrade with 98% Tobago contractors. Major projects completed. We had the user brief for that $65 million Tobago Special Education Campus, and so in a new term, we're going to start that campus up there in Signal Hill, full speed ahead. Site has been identified, as I said, in Signal Hill. A contract has been awarded, and we're now going to speak to the Corland ECCE, contract awarded there, and of course, we're going to start that with expected completion in 6 months. We introduced a new comprehensive approach to psychological, social, and academic intervention and support across all schools, including anti-bullying, grief support, behavior intervention, and resilience programs, with special emphasis on violence, bullying, self-harm, and substance abuse, supported in collaboration with the protective services.
The Division of Education expanded and optimized financial assistance to students, strengthening student success tracking and program accountability. Before, we invested over $2.6 million supporting books, supplies, uniforms, and glasses for students across ECC, primary and secondary schools.
And over $20 million to tertiary students aligned to Tobago's development. That is a big one. It's the most we've ever invested in tertiary education assistance on the island of Tobago.
What was the allocation?
$500,000.
Miracles we are working. Several extensive programs geared towards learning, recovery, and academic enhancement, curriculum assessment, and performance improvement. The division delivered a structured remedial enrichment and assessment-driven interventions, implemented the Tobago District Assessment for Standards 2 to 4, and introduced diagnostic testing in creative writing, English language arts, and mathematics. Implemented the Tobago District Assessment for Standards 2 to 4.
With testing in creative writing, English language arts, and mathematics. We developed and advanced the Tobago-specific policy and program frameworks, and these were not in existence before the TPP started pushing initiatives through policy creation. Online education policy, project impact policy, community impact, Tobago-centric curriculum, early childhood care, maxi-taxi concessioners policy, nutrition, Teaching Service Commission and HR Task Force policy, multicultural policy. We strengthen the art and creative expression of Pan in Schools curriculum, the first of its kind, the Rhythm of the Isle Tobago Steel Pan Ensemble Festival, the first of its kind, and of course we revitalized the Maypole Festival. And thank you, Auntie Annette, for allowing us to understand that our culture needs to be pushed through education.
Division also focused on technical and vocational skills development, revitalized the Roxborough Trade Center as a modern skills development hub, expanded technical vocational and life skills training aligned to labor market needs. They strengthened curriculum relevance and instructional delivery.
And in technology, we expanded the digital library resources, research capabilities, and knowledge access. We developed digital platforms, including the Contract Alert Management System, a virtual teachers help desk, or TITL STEM Academy was relaunched, and the Show Me a Road Tobago Smart app was also developed by my division for yours.
Tobago Information and Technology Limited continues to support the ICT applications across the entire assembly. We were the first to use them, obviously, alongside 24-hour call center that dealt with over 24,000 emergency calls and alerts. As an education support base, it facilitates administration and training and examinations with numerous agencies and syndicates.
The next is a big one. We paid over $80 million in outstanding gratuities and increments to and oversaw the movement of 52 teachers off of contract and into the permanent establishment over the last 4 years. Yes, 52 teachers, 52 families now touched and have a secure future under the tech and under this TPP administration, because Tobago is we.
And I can say Secretary Hackett received no gratuities for the time she was a teacher.
Our Chief Secretary also did not receive any gratuities. But we'll take care of ourselves after.
So how are you all going, TPP family? How are you all going?
It's a lot.
It's the blueprint night. The chief is coming to present the blueprint for the future. So see, this is why it's important to go back before we go forward.
Yes.
Because as we embark on this campaign for this election, we've had this conversation going on in the public space about who delivered what and who ain't deliver what and who ain't do this and who ain't do what. The reality is that when you begin to compare 21 years with 4 years, you tell this story of who has done what and who did not do what. The Division of Food Production, miracle number 6.
The Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development. Now this was one we had to do a lot of truncating, a lot of achievements under this division.
Indeed. The Division of Food Production, I'll shorten it for everybody, Division of Food Production. We had the Agricultural Infrastructure and Operational Efficiency. Under this heading, we completed the Shore Park Food Hub at a final cost of $1.4 million. Improving market access and value chain efficiency for farmers alike. We completed repair works to worker facilities at Studley Park Nurseries at a cost of $359,000, upgraded the Barbados Bay Fishing Facility at a cost of $1.5 million. Completed phase 1 of the Pala to Vier Fishing Facility at a cost of $800,000+. Constructed and upgraded livestock pens at Louisdor Demonstration Center, Charlottesville Breeding Unit, and Hope Farm.
Executed emergency sargassum cleanup across 5 beaches, removing 12,850 cubic yards in 11 days at a cost of $963,000. We all understand what that sargassum does to our coastlines. Rehabilitated 15 agricultural access roads, 15, covering 2.3 miles at Belmont Road and Mount St. George to Goodwood at a cost of $11.3 million. We repaired and upgraded multiple fishing facilities across the island, including Roxborough, Buku, Culloden, Charlottesville. A lot of fishing facilities were upgraded. We completed repairs to the Bloody Bay Rest Stop and the Scarborough Abattoir. For a long time, that abattoir was closed down. Major, major accomplishment. Refurbished the Botanic Station to house the Tobago Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Company. Procured agricultural machinery, including tractors, excavators, trucks, and equipment valued at $6.6 million, reducing tractor service backlog from over 300 farmers from 2022 to fewer than 10 by 2025.
Who remember how long you had to wait by tractor pool to get a piece of tractor to plow your land? 10 years you had to wait. The division installed 2 meteorological stations, one at Roxborough and one at Culloden, distributed 90 smart self-watering units to 57 schools to introduce modern agricultural techniques to the next generation.
advanced climate resilience and renewable energy initiatives by installing solar panels at Bloody Bay Rest Stop in partnership with the UNDP. Implemented solar energy systems at multiple schools across the island, including Speyside High, Charlottesville Methodist, Scarborough Methodist, Signal Hill Government, Castara Government, and Bishop's High School. Integrated renewable energy solutions to support disaster preparedness and climate resilience.
Let's hear it. Division of Food Production strengthened the human and social development programs. They
Paid outstanding wages and increased remuneration for reforestation workers, and that's a big one. And of course, the development program staff. That's a big one. Implemented salary increases across multiple forestry, cocoa rehabilitation, and access road programs. Expanded the community care program through TADCO, integrating local agricultural produce and agro-processing goods.
Division partnered with the Division of Health, Wellness, and Social Protection to deliver holistic community care with health monitoring. The division increased agricultural production and farmer support. Under this item, the division achieved significant growth in livestock production, including sheep, rabbits, pigs, cattle, and goats.
The division also supported over 150 poultry farmers through the TADCO Poultry Farming Initiative, with over 46,531 birds processed in 1 year. The division also generated $101,175 in ornamental and orchard crop revenue through the plant tissue culture lab, producing over 182,000 plants.
The Louisdor nurseries generated $474,800 in crop sales between 2022 and 2024.
And going back to Tractor Pool serviced over 326 hectares, with farmer participation increasing from 82 to 224.
The expanded agro-processing and value-added production. Division repositioned TADCO as Tobago's primary local meat and agro-processing outlet, developed and commercialized a wide range of value-added products, expanded TADCO feed depot operations, offering discounted feed to registered farmers.
The division also strengthened marketing, research, and training by establishing the Research and Development Information Systems Unit to support policy development and decision making. Also operationalized the Tobago Agri-Research Initiative, or TARI, with a focus on education, extension, and research. Of course, a big one, signed an MOU with the University of Trinidad and Tobago to deliver certificate and diploma programs in agriculture and agro-processing.
In Tobago, division launched the Tobago Agri-Technology Services Limited and hosted the first Agri-Tech Summit in December 2024.
Developed the Tobago Agri-Incentive Program administered by the BDU. The division also created a weekly digital vendors marketing hub and published retail price listings for key commodities.
The division delivered extensive training programs in crop production, animal health, agro-processing, irrigation, pest management, climate-smart agriculture. The secretary always says agriculture is a business.
And a science.
And a science.
The division also offered 27 courses through TARI with 934 participants between 2022 and 2025, and trained over 1,000 individuals through TADCO in poultry health, slaughter management, and food safety.
The division delivered community outreach and extension services, delivered GIS wildlife management and early warning systems training, provided agriculture education outreach through Tractor Pool School Caravan,
and implemented school feeding resilience training for farmers and technical staff in collaboration with DIRTEC.
conducted prison-based home gardening training program.
Yes, a big one there. The division also expanded regional and strategic partnerships, and we can go through this one very quickly, through formalized partnerships with Kariri, Namdevco, and Nova Farms. Established collaboration with the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Strengthened partnerships with the FAO, IICA, CARDI, UE, and UNDP, and of course, our Cuban specialists. And finally, for this division, advancement of agri-ecotourism and signature programs.
The division successfully executed the Lamb Festival in 2023 and 2024.
You have to say that a bit louder, Secretary James.
The Lamb Festival in
Yes,
2023 and
big
2024.
one. And strengthen community engagement through agricultural exhibitions and open days.
Exhibited at World Food Day and Agritech Summit events. And for those who don't know, the Lamb Festival is critical for the chief because he doesn't need pork.
And just recently launched mega farming and future of agricultural development initiatives just on Monday. Yeah? Distributed letters of intent to 14 additional farmers under that mega farming development program just on Monday.
The division also advanced the Friendship Agro Park initiative, the first of its kind in development in Tobago, designed to support modern shared agricultural infrastructure.
And positioned the agro park to support shade houses, vertical farming, increased productivity, and commercially driven sustainable agriculture. Let's give that division a round of applause. We're on the home stretch, Secretary.
We're almost there.
Miracle number 7.
We're almost out of breath. It's been going on for so long. Miracle number 7, who can guess which division that is?
So we haven't spoken to OCS yet.
So let's make it the OCS.
And then we'll end with you.
So let's bear in mind, TPP people, Tobago at large, we are doing this exercise. This is a first in politics in Tobago.
And as I said, we're here for a while, but this is us truncating pages of accomplishments. I didn't even speak about our upgrades to the Kendall Aquatic Facility or the completion of that WIM Youth Facility, now to be called the Melva Joe Field Youth Hub.
Over Kelvin's
Yes,
dead body.
yes,
That's what you say?
Yes, yes. We'll speak to that on the campaign trail tomorrow night. Office of the Chief Secretary.
The Office of the Chief Secretary, headed by the Honorable Chief Secretary of Tobago, launched the Public Officers Subsidized Housing POSH program in 2025 with an aim to distribute land or housing units to at least 100 public officers annually.
Successfully distributed the first 100 residential lots from under this program as well, and I think that's a major accomplishment. And our Chief Secretary understands the value of housing and property for us as Tobagonians, because Tobago is we.
Paying tribute to the Tobago middle class.
Yes. OCS also partnered with the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago to deliver fiber optic infrastructure from Palatavere to Lansamy, and that's a major one. We now have better connectivity up there on the northeast. Granted a lease of the seabed to DIGICEL and partners to facilitate the installation of Tobago's first independent submarine telecommunications cable, another major one as we seek to improve digitization and digitalization and digital transformation here in Tobago.
And I know the member for Lambo Lawrence was at that beach the day when DIGICEL came ashore. They achieved redundancy in telecommunication infrastructure. This is important. Significantly reducing service interruptions previously linked to Toco-based
major one.
Outages.
Major one. OCS also modernized government procurement and digital governance. And that was done through a rollout of cross-THA electronic tendering system through the e-tender platform, a first of its kind.
In the country.
In the country. Also standardized and digitized procurement processes across divisions to improve transparency, efficiency, and accountability.
OCS strengthened emergency response and national resilience.
Yes.
through establishing the new CERT facilities in Speyside.
Also launched CERT 1000, creating a trained reserve of 1,000 Tobagonians on call to respond to any major emergency.
They coordinated a successful national response to the largest ecological disaster.
James, we had to say this one again. This was a big
The
one.
largest-
The oil spill. Yes.
The largest ecological disaster in Tobago's modern history, the oil spill. And the Chief Secretary managed that himself
manned it from the
personally,
front.
day and night.
Introduced drone technology to emergency response and land management operations, enhancing surveillance, assessment, and rapid decision making.
OCS assigned the first new fleet of emergency vehicles to TEMA in over a decade.
The first in over a decade.
They advanced agricultural and strategic land development, strengthened institutional operations and workforce efficiency. They facilitated the return of workers to the Hochoy Charles Administrative Complex at Calder Hall.
And named the facility the Hochoy Charles Administrative Complex.
This is critical because this building was under construction for more than 5 years.
Yes.
And we had to come and finish it. The Office of the Chief Secretary performing for you as never before.
I can't say performance beyond compare, that's your slogan. Are we on miracle number 9 yet?
Miracle number 9. Are we ready for the big one? The Division of Infrastructure
Quarries.
and Urban Development. Dr. Faith spoke about the road adjacent to where we are. That was the first big project that we did.
In how many days, James?
Completed in 19 days
19 days.
with much opposition, even from school teachers.
I and all oppose you.
But we completed in 90 days. But the critical thing though, is that the opposition in Tobago had that project estimated for $40 million.
Wow.
We came in and we completed it for $19 million.
19 with 19.
$19 million in 19 days. So the Division of Infrastructure
Quarries
and Urban Development
is positioned to supply the built infrastructure to support and enable the complete socio-economic transformation of this 116 square miles we call Tobago.
The division set up for the first time a project management office which allowed us to never hire a consultant from Trinidad. The unit was responsible for planning and execution of all the works carried out, either in-house or contracted out through the division.
You also conceptualized and launched the Scarborough Urban Redevelopment Program and moved from idea to proposal to consultation to feasibility study to request for proposals. Negotiations with central government are ongoing for sovereign guarantee, and that's a big one, Secretary James.
We need to pause there.
You campaigned on it.
We need to pause there because when we say that we have been achieving in a climate of resistance and hatred and victimization, this project is an example of that.
Agreed.
While we are pursuing this project, the government of Trinidad and Tobago put out a tender to extend the jetty in town. We need to understand how we have been blocked in. The Chief Secretary sent, how much packages? 4 envelopes to everybody?
Yes.
Not a response.
No response.
From the PNM. And it brings my mind back to a document I read in a book that Dr. Eric Williams wrote, where we in Tobago, since in 1887, have had to rely on a boat service between the islands. This project moves Tobago into the future. It allows for employment, for contracts to be awarded, for new types of workforce stevedores and so on to be employed, and it allows for us to move into this new cruise tourism that's taking over the region.
Secretary James, you also, through your leadership, were able to develop and deliver this Torbay Connector Road with over 2.7 kilometers of road with 2 roundabouts, comprehensive drainage, improving airport access, and, of course, giving us a new corridor, tourism corridor to Crown Point.
And we've built the road to the airport, and the airport still can't open.
You also delivered the Smithfield Connector Road, which I'm certain most of us utilize to get to this venue today. To Milford, Lay-by, King Peters Bay Road, removing how many steps?
182, Secretary Pollard.
Kruger Patch Bridge, and of course, road paving all over, and we didn't have to do it when the election bell rang.
Matter of fact, we stopped when the election bell rang. We've had coastal protection works on the books. We've carried out 2 coastal protection works, one at Roxborough. Was that Princess Bay, I believe?
Yes.
And I know my good friend in Kendall is still probably speaking ill of me, but we are coming under the URP. We have transformed the URP completely, unrecognizable the URP now.
Useful, relevant, and productive.
Useful, relevant, and productive. The URP now is producing huts at Crown Point,
Caskets.
taking over the agricultural sector from Roxborough. And we are happy that we have moved agriculture into the schools, assisting the Division of Food Production as we try to go forward.
And you assisted the Division of Education through your creation and completion of furniture for us, and so we are grateful for that.
Now, the Division of Infrastructure maybe had the longest list, and we had to truncate it significantly. That's why it came last. But no doubt, we have demonstrated through the division that in-house, after we came into office with no money and had to rely on works to be done by the development team in the department. In the department, development team removed a mountain in Castara and we built a road.
Yes.
When everybody said that works division people doesn't work, the division through the development program, repaved for Mr. Kelvon and for the people of Montpelier. And I want to tell the people of Darrell Spring, Wim, come home. We are here for you.
Conducted several we fixed this program initiatives across the island, and you still have a wall outstanding for me in Golden Lane, and I hope you sue those contractors.
But how you go cost them if the wall was done? You had to give something to cost, right? But the division continues to move forward, and Tobago continues to move forward.
Yes.
And let me say that it was an honor and a pleasure.
Yes, a long, long honor and a long pleasure.
To be able to present only a minuscule
Probably
portion
only 10%.
of the achievements of the TPP in office, and you can get the rest when the full document comes out. You can get.
Oh, you know, while we were counting, we jumped over a division. Like we just can't finish tonight. How could we forget the division of settlements?
My blood and my
public
brother.
Utilities. How? Pollard, no way. The division of settlements, public utilities, and rural development. Last but certainly not least,
the secretary knows that he has to give houses, he has to deliver houses and service lots
yes.
through the division of settlements. So there's no need to threaten. We will come to you, just as the public enjoys some of the visuals from the division of works.
Yes.
Division of Settlements, Public Utilities, and Rural Development, headed by the indomitable, unmovable Secretary Pollard.
And they took away my Assistant Secretary, Orlando Kerr, and sent him over to that division, and he's been doing wonders over there. So congratulations to the dynamic duo.
The Division of Settlements expanded access to safe, affordable, and adequate housing. Under this heading, they distributed over $21 million in
I find you
financial.
giving me that figure.
$21 million.
$21 million in financial assistance through the Home Improvement Program. And of course, this benefited more than 1,600 households across the island.
This was done in year one of coming into office. $21
Clear the backlog that was
million.
there languishing by those who we shall
keep
not
the money
name.
and I'll give the people the money. Division delivered assistance through the HIG grant, the Home Improvement
Yes.
Grant, and subsidies, and the Home Completion Grant programs, the beneficiary owned land
Yes.
programs, and approved hundreds of applications annually, and conducted extensive site visits to improve habitable living conditions for vulnerable households.
This division also executed large-scale check distribution exercises to ensure transparency and timely access to this support.
The division implemented targeted social intervention and housing support, conducted social intervention site visits, and addressed unsafe and substandard housing affecting vulnerable population. They
Initiated the Social Assistance Housing Program, a low-cost housing initiative targeting low-income households, single parents, victims of domestic violence, persons affected by natural disasters, and of course structured affordability thresholds for households earning up to $7,500 monthly.
They implemented the Sharp Home Pilot. And I want to say we set the foundation and they showed Tobago the intent of where we want to go under the division by building that unit in Bonaccord for that first participant. I think was a not a blind but a visually impaired person, and free of charge on a vacant lot in Bonaccord development. And that's a big thing because we wanted to signal where we want to go as we take care of the vulnerable in the Tobago society.
The division also initiated affordable housing developments across Tobago, progressed multiple affordable housing developments, including Bell Garden Phase 2, Adventia Phases 2 and 3, Adelphi Housing Development, the Shervan Housing Development, Riceland Housing Development in partnership with the IDB. They've also completed infrastructural designs, the technical studies, and the public consultations, and of course, advanced statutory approvals.
We just roll back to one of those. Up to today, we can't get the money from the IDB because one of the opposition people in Trinidad decided they may signing off on nothing.
Fight down we continue to face. Obtain the Certificate of Environmental Clearance for Castara Housing Development, enabling approximately 19...
Don't go so fast. The Castara Housing Development was built, completed, issued without what? Without a completion certificate, without an approval.
None.
And we had to come in to try to do that so that people get their insurance. They don't understand that, but they fight us down by the EMA. What a time.
This division has also strengthened wastewater, sanitation, and public utilities infrastructure across the island, maintained and operated multiple wastewater treatment plants and associated lift stations to ensure reliable service delivery. Also oversaw rehabilitation works at the additional wastewater treatment plants, achieving approximately 90% completion of all major upgrades.
Well, they had to work with WASA, so down the road, we had to get to talk with them on this WASA thing. They coordinated inspections and defect rectifications in collaboration with WASA. They dig up the road all over the place.
This is a big one. They delivered island-wide rural electrification and street lighting across the island of Tobago. One of the largest rural electrification programs in Tobago's history, impacting over 200 households across multiple communities. Also executed the largest single street lighting exercise on the island, installing over 500 street lights island-wide, including continuous coverage from Kings Bay to Camberton, Charlottesville, and of course, prioritize high-need and underserved communities across Tobago.
The Division of Settlements enhance electrical safety regulations and customer service. completed 100% of high voltage inspections, issued 80% of temporary and permanent electrical certificates, renewed 60% of wiremen's licenses, and expanded operating hours for the electoral inspectorate.
And as we're winding down, they also improved disaster, and I don't want to say they, we, as a TPP administration, through roof repairs and retrofitting, implemented the roof repair and retrofitting program in partnership with Habitat for Humanity, Trinidad and Tobago, completed over 21 major roof repairs and 32 minor repairs with additional homes approved, retrofitted homes to solar panels and rainwater harvesting systems, achieving 80% completion, and prioritized households at highest risk due to structural vulnerability.
The division upgraded community facilities and public amenities, launched the Adopt a Bus Shelter initiative, securing corporate partnerships for the rehabilitation and maintenance of public bus shelters. You see them along the highway,
Yes.
and the big one in town coming
Yes.
up. Advanced washroom facility projects at Mount Dillon, Speyside, Gilpin Trail, and Goodwood, with construction commenced at
That's
Mount Dillon.
Simple but important. Facilitated PASSA community workshops, strengthening community resilience and preparedness.
The Division of Settlements strengthened institutional capacity and staff engagement by reinstated and internal social committee, achieving a 90% staff engagement rate and strengthening workplace morale. Delivered staff training in project management for construction, financial accounting in the public service, building high performance teams, and ensuring that coming soon, major housing developments will be built.
With no resistance.
Remember, with Division of Settlements is doing this on a minuscule budget, I think of $4 million per annum. And so this brings us to the end
Of a long,
of our Sankofa attempt to look back while we go forward.
yes.
And it's been a privilege to be here.
Look forward to the, probably how many pages?
We will get to 100.
Of achievements by this TPP-led administration. We thank you.
We can compare with 21 years. So I'll take the blueprint because I know the chief coming to do the real thing.
Thank you very much to our Deputy Political Leader, Trevor James, and he's also the candidate for Scarborough Mount Grace, and Zorisha Hackett, the candidate for Bethesda Lescoto, for presenting to us this administration's key deliverables in the areas of finance, health, tourism, community development, youth development and sport, food security, infrastructure, settlements, education, and under the office of the Chief Secretary. Please give them another round of applause for trying their best to truncate our deliverables for the last 4 years. And we are at the juncture of this program, and this is the central feature of this evening, the presentation of the vision that charts Tobago's next phase of development. Allow me and also help me to welcome the Honorable Honorable Political Leader and Chief Secretary Farley Chavez Augustine, and the candidate for Palatavia Lansome Speyside, as he delivers the blueprint for Tobago.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much. Please have your seat. Allow me to perhaps go back into teacher mode. I do this probably once a year when I take the opportunity to go to sixth formers up at the school I taught before becoming chief sec, just to do some pre-exam class. So I'm always excited when I get the opportunity to get into teacher mode. How are you feeling this evening? Right. Having heard just a snapshot of what was delivered, I'm sure that you certainly do not have any buyer's remorse, having changed the course in December 2021. And I want to start by thanking the people of Tobago for making the wise decision in December 2021 to put into office a group of young people. Yes, we are all relatively young, and people were excited and passionate about Tobago's development. So we are going to get into the blueprint. And before I get into the blueprint, there is something I learned from an old Tobago fisherman a while back. And he said to me, he said, when the compass break, even calm sea could kill you. In other words, when that direction is lacking, even good people could go adrift. And so it is not by accident that our symbol is an anchor. Because after 2 decades of just drifting, not because people are inherently wicked, but because direction was lacking, the compass was broken, we have as our symbol a stockless anchor. And if you do any research on that, you will know the stockless anchor is the best type of anchor to hold on a ship as talented, as big, as beautiful as Tobago in rough or calm waters. And we are so grateful that the TPP is here to provide that sort of direction. Allow me to just grab my iPad. Thank you. So we are going to look at a new era for Tobago. We are going to take some time to explore what this new era can look like. This is the blueprint for 2026 all the way on to 2030, but it is part of a broader strategic development pathway plan that will take us all the way to 2045. And so that is critical. So the clicker isn't working, so you will have to work with me. And we can just switch to the... thank you. So towards the greatest little island on the planet, a pathway to economic growth and prosperity for all. In the blueprint, which we will publish officially on Monday, the 5th of January, we looked at 5 strategic areas generally that we ought to cover to ensure that Tobago's development trajectory is heading in the right direction. We looked at, of course, the overall development philosophy. We looked also at the social contract. We looked at the strategic policy agenda. We looked at the grand vision and priorities, and of course the implementation logic. This evening, I am not going to try to look at all of that at one time, because you will probably be bored. But we will have the document in complete form available through some limited print options, and also available certainly in a digital flipbook format that you can take your time and read through it, whether using your telephones, your smartphones, your tablets, or whatever device that you may have. So we're going to spend some time on the grand vision and the priorities for Tobago, bearing in mind that when we speak about the greatest little island on the planet, we are actually linking our development pathway to the sustainable development goals. So it's not just a catchphrase, it's not just a slogan because it sounds good. It's about how do we take Tobago to a place that we can all be proud of. I recall the first time I did a field trip to Trinidad with my primary school, and most Tobagonians of a certain generation will have that same experience. So you take the field trip to Trinidad, they carry you to some industries, so you go to some factories and so on. In those days, you go to the Solo factory and Nestle and so on, and you enjoy the little snacks and so on. You pass through the zoo. The zoo had less things than it has now, but you pass through the zoo, and then you make some time to go to Long Circular Mall, which was the mall of malls at the time. And then as a child, you are there in amazement, thinking that you are in this big, beautiful space. And then you return home to Tobago. And for me, you return home to your little country village without some of the amenities you see when you come off the boat. And the thing about this party, this government, the team that I lead, is that we are insistent that Tobago must have equity, that Tobago must have a piece of the development budget for the country, that Tobago must be on par with any other part of the country. Can't be that every single generation of Tobagonian will get to Trinidad and wonder in amazement how them develop so and what happening with we. And I'm saying we are as good as any, we are better than many, we are talented, we have sufficiency in strength, we are as wise as any, and we can certainly advance a development pathway that is in alignment with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And so across these 5 pillars that I've just presented, the development philosophy, the social contract, the strategic policy agenda, the grand vision and priorities, and the implementation logic, we have an opportunity to build out a Tobago that will in fact become the greatest little island on the planet. And so we will go through a few of the policy areas in the actual, if it's not working, that's fine. Sometimes the technology fails. You will just follow with me in the actual blueprint. So the first policy focus I want us to look at is constitutional autonomy. Let me be clear, Tobago. All of this fancy talk, all of what we want to achieve becomes inordinately difficult if it is we do not have constitutional autonomy. And let me make it simple for you. We are comparing ourselves with territories that can get up any morning, any day, and make a decision for themselves and don't require approval or sign off from anybody anywhere else. We have to compete with a Barbados, where if Mia decides in the morning, Barbados will become a home port, do home porting for cruise ships. She does not need to consult any agency from any other jurisdiction. She doesn't need to get sign off from a port authority that is managed by a ministry somewhere else. Her cabinet or executive just sets the policy and it happens. We compete against Grenada. We compete against St. Vincent. St. Vincent just welcomed a Delta flight. For every negotiation we do with airlines, we must now go on the back end and hope that a civil aviation authority, for which we only have one board member, will agree and approve that we could land that flight here before the flight could even land here. And I'm saying to us, all of what we hope to achieve as an island must be anchored in the fact that we require constitutional autonomy. And so we are proposing a 2-pronged approach. One, we are proposing that we get the Self-Government Act, which is constitutional amendment, passed and proclaimed by the end of calendar 2026. What that means that by the end of next year, no, we must clap for that because that's very good. I want you to clap because you have to go and do the work. By the end of this year, the year start Happy New Year, everybody. By the end of this year, 2026, we should have the constitutional change that says, look, you now have legislative authority. Now, the second part of the approach is that while we have the constitutional change, that constitutional change, we are saying as a party, must now lead to us returning to Tobago and Tobagonians and sitting down and building out with Tobagonians, with you Tobagonians, what the functionality of the assembly should look like. That should not be done from Port of Spain. And let me explain. If Port of Spain changes the constitution and gives us authority, and then Port of Spain sits and decides how the assembly functions, what the structure should look like, anytime we have a challenge, we have to go back to Port of Spain to fix it. You see what happened when we had the 6-6? All the way in the 6-6, we get locked out, them spending big money, hundreds of millions, and we were powerless in Tobago to decide for ourselves how we will resolve the matter. If we go back with an approach where we allow the central government to pass the two sets of legislation, both the constitutional amendment, which will now give us the right to make laws and legislative powers, and to authorize the executive of the THA to take certain steps for the socio-economic development of Tobago, and to also determine in laws and codify that in the parliament at the Red House, then anytime we need to grow and develop, we have to go back to central government to beg somebody there to fix it. So what we are proposing is, give us just the constitutional change by the end of this year, 2026, and then allow us on the back end to engage Tobagonians in how the assembly should actually work. And we set a timeline by the end of the following year, 2027, to get that done. So we're not going to rush it. We're not going to get the constitutional autonomy and immediately try to get everything fixed, because we need to take time and deliberate on those issues. And you would have heard me on the platform introduce the concept of a referendum, for example, because people have different thoughts. Should we have a unicameral or a single house? Should we have a bicameral parliament with two houses? Should we have a separate executive from the legislature? Those are questions that you Tobagonians should answer for us, and that we as an island decide for ourselves. We should imprint into the structure and the functionalities of the assembly, not from those in Trinidad, because it is beyond getting constitutional autonomy. It is also getting the right to self-determination, which is the right to determine for ourselves how we should be governed and what that structure should look like. So it's that two-pronged approach that we are going to use. We are also proposing that there are four broad areas that we must consider. The legislative autonomy, of course. We must consider fiscal autonomy, and I spoke about that in Lambo, about how do we generate and manage our own revenue. We must look at revenue sharing, and we talk about a fair share of the national income, and we are proposing immediately that we go and look at the Nova Scotia Accord and how that works out there in Canada. In Nova Scotia, for example, they consider all the resources that Nova Scotia has, regardless of whether those resources are from the land or from the sea, and they have determined a formula by which Nova Scotians can exercise the right to control a portion of those resources, a portion of the profits, the proceeds from those resources. And I'm saying, as a responsible island government, we are not going to advocate for anything less. We can't be here in Tobago and they box us in by just 6 miles. Or they tell us anything outside of 6 miles, you don't get to decide how it is used and where the profit goes. We must determine a formula, a fair share formula, through which Tobago and Tobagonians benefit, regardless of whether the resource comes from the land, the sea, or the air, and to ensure that we can sustain ourselves for a long time. And of course, we must have in the framework of a new THA participatory governance, meaning that you must have an opportunity yourself to participate. And that's why we are the only ones talking about elements like a referendum and allowing you to have a say in how you ought to be governed, and having full participatory democracy, e-governance models, meaning, for example, when we get back into office, or when we continue in office, You will be able to stay in your home and through petition online, send questions to be answered in the house, help to influence what the motions and bills are in the house, just from using online platforms, because we are introducing e-governance models into the Tobago House of Assembly. We then move to public service modernization as a policy focus. Everybody here has been to the THA at some point, and you leave cussing. And even if you're working in the THA, I'm sure you have been to the THA to get some service from your division or your department, and you go home cussing because you don't understand why it's taking you so long, why you can't get done what you need to get done. You see, in January 2022, when we decided that we will remove the dress code policy, it's not because we wanted people to dress scandalously to come into the THA. It's because we wanted to start Tobago on a pathway to increase efficiency and increase ease of doing business. We want our public officers to be so trained that regardless of how you dress, how you look, whether you just come off the cruise ship in a flip-flop, or whether you came down from country in a garden boots, somebody will come outside and sit down with you and get the work done. So, public service modernization is critical. And so we have some targets that we have in the blueprint. Target number 1 is that we want to achieve 70% efficiency by 2035, and we want 95% efficiency by 2045. In order to achieve those numbers, we are saying that we want to reduce transaction times by 50% by the year 2027 and 75% by the year 2030. And that's why we are going to immediately, as we get back into office come January the 13th, we are going to launch the Reset Tobago program and campaign, because that speaks to productivity. It speaks to modernizing the way we do business. We are also going to go out to tender for a firm to come and literally take the manual systems we have and convert them into digital systems. So we're no longer passing these manila folders around everywhere. And here is a fun fact. There is no law prescribing that we have to use those manila folders. And that has to be the method that we use. All the law requires is transparency and accountability. And you get better transparency and accountability using digital formats. It means, and I'll show you at the end of the presentation how we have already started with a project across our tourism. It means that digitally, you will be able to see who is working on what document. You could tell whether they're working or they're not working. So performance appraisals can be done by algorithms as opposed to human emotion. And if people are not working, then the system will know what to do. But if you're working, you will be rewarded justly for it. It's about resetting Tobago. It can't be that some of us work 12 hours a day and some work for 30 minutes and we expect that Tobago will become this greatest little island on the planet. We are also looking at digital transformation with practically all our social services, e-wallet systems across at health and social protection, meaning that you apply for your little grant money, you have to go in to get a food card, a physical food card, and do you know, those physical food cards are expensive. You have to pay the bank a certain money just for the cards and then to load the cards. But if it's an e-wallet system, then we just send the money to you. You walk around with your phone, Google Pay, Apple Pay, all the fancy pay, and you just tap your phone and go about your business. That's the direction we will go in. We are also saying that we are going to harmonize our application process for those who endured trauma through fires or natural disaster. So you no longer have to take the trek by Gunbridge to get a fire report. Then from Gunbridge, you go over Glen Road to go by settlements, you apply for 1 grant. Then you go over by health to see if you can get a stove and a bed, and if they go pay your rent. And at the same time, you're trying to call TIMA all the way out in Bacalet, because TIMA gave you 72 hours in a place, and they want to make sure there will be a roof over your head, because 72 hours long expire, and you're still in the people's property. You don't know how it's being paid. You don't have any documents. You lose bank card. You lose everything. Why do you have to be frustrated to just get service when you have just gone through such a traumatic experience? That is why we need to modernize the public service and introduce digital platforms to better serve you, to much more efficiently serve you. And again, we are looking at 70% efficiency by 2035 and 95% efficiency by 2045. We then move to digital connectivity. Now this is important. Some countries have started measuring their human development indices by looking at things like internet penetration. And I'm sure you heard about what we did between Palativia and Lansum, and God bless your soul if you always had good internet by you. But if you live in a place like that and you have to cock up an internet box in a window hoping to get a signal, and if you walk too far you can't make a call, then you will appreciate what we did in collaboration with Telecommunications Authority to provide fiber optics in that place. If you understand connectivity, you will appreciate why for the 6 miles that they give us in the THA Act, we provided a lease to the seabed to DIGICEL and its partners for that deep blue cable that runs out there at Petitrew Beach. Because now we have an independent telecoms cable coming to the island. We have the only telecoms cable coming to the country that does not come through Chagaramas. And then from Tobago, they are now feeding other places like Suriname, Barbados, and even back to Trinidad. That provides us with redundancy in Tobago, and that allows us to use several options for connectivity. And if one goes down, we could switch the line to the other. And so when we talk digital connectivity, we want to achieve 80%. 80% of Tobago must be digitally connected by 2035. And we must achieve complete connectivity 100% by 2045. And this is important. By 2035, we must get business digitalization by 2035. And I want us to stick up in there because I could talk about the digital infrastructure and the literacy and cybersecurity and digital inclusion. But you see the fintech solutions, the Tobago that this TPP is moving towards is a Tobago that when you go by the fisherman, I don't know where you just go and buy fish. Where you go up in Speyside, you hear conch shell blow, poop, poop. You walk down by the bay. If you don't have a bag, you have to pay a little extra for a plastic bag. Or some of the women go walk with the container one time, the bowl one time, and the limes to wash out the fish, and you pay for your fish. But we have to move to the place where when you go by the fisherman, you could tap your card and pay. By every single barber, by the man who's selling a little juice on the side of the road. Because this digital connectivity is also linked to creating intergenerational wealth. Because when all you do is cash transactions, you are not creating a digital economic footprint for yourself. You can't go and get the necessary loans and investments. You can't invest in stocks because all you have is some cash that you're tempted to spend on the next big fet. And so you're not diversifying your portfolio beyond just selling some fish. And what we want is that whether you're a fisherman, a hairdresser, a housewife that occasionally sells the excess from her garden, you should use these fintech solutions that we are going to provide you with to be able to get a digital record, be able to get into the banking system formally, and be able to now use what you receive as payments to diversify your portfolio, to create other investment pathways for yourself and your family, so that long after you are gone, you create intergenerational wealth. If all you do is cash transaction as a business, then you are stymieing your own ability to expand your business operations. And I'm saying that the TPP wants to ensure you get that kind of digital connectivity. And that's why in our blueprint, we are talking about business digitalization and ensuring we achieve 90% of that by 2035. Of course, in terms of digital inclusion, we have started already through the provision of devices to our school students, the training that TITL is doing in communities with the elderly and those that are most likely to be within the digital gap. We also have to talk about cybersecurity, and we are preparing to also go to tender to secure all of the THA platforms. As it is now, we just operate. We have websites, we have email addresses, but if we don't invest in cybersecurity, we could wake up one day and somebody stole all our passwords, hack all our computers, and we run into problems. Digitally, in the next term, we are going to move progressively away from the use of checks and only issue checks up to the value of $5,000. Anything above $5,000, we will do ACH transactions. That will minimize the instances which we have had where the banks had to call and say, we've seen a check here. Did you issue this check? And when we check, the check is a fraudulent check. The THA has had repeated examples of people trying to fraudulently encash checks that we did not issue. And so even in terms of protection of our payment systems in the THA, the TPP through the blueprint is saying we have to move away from the traditional check distribution, which means that the days when two people have to be physically in work to sign your check, those gone. It's electronically, they're moving with the thing. So you get your payment. And so no public officer could tell you your check ain't ready. And because me ain't like you, I just slide the check to a side and let it wait long. And hope it gets stale dated and to start the process over again. Because we could now have accountability, we can trace the digital footprint and ensure that payments are much more efficient. So digital connectivity it is. We then move to economic growth. And this is a major factor. It's about pathways to prosperity. It's about sustainable pathways designed around Tobago's values, our market needs, and 8 key capital investment categories. The TPP will ensure that by 2035, Tobago achieves a GDP per capita of $10,000 US. And by 2045, we must achieve a GDP per capita of $20,000 US. And we are going to achieve this through public-private partnerships. This is an example of public-private partnership right here in this room. The THA gave the land, contractors came in and gave material for free, and they provided the labor and the direction. And now a pan side that was drifting, knocking from pillar to post, have their own keys, right? And a fancy place. Public-private partnership. Public-private partnerships also say that the THA is not trying to do everything. The THA is empowering the private sector to do some things and to build equity. That's why, as it stands right now, we have tenders out that are being evaluated, where we put up for tender some THA properties, like the lovely Flagstaff, where I got married, or the Lambo Lookout above Speyside or Mount Dillon Hill, or the same Petitrew Beach area, where we have said to the private sector, come with your best proposal, and we are going to give you access to the land, and you build and create entrepreneurship. That is public-private partnership. That's how you create economic growth. I want to pick out the Tobago Development Fund, because although my good friend Pretty Penny didn't sign off on us getting the grant funding from the IDB, the Tobago House of Assembly already went on to put $10 million into the Tobago Development Fund as we speak. The Tobago Development Fund is really a Tobago Development Bank. And what TPP is saying is that we know as Tobago businesses, when you go to the bank to get a loan, you get a hard time. The rules at the bank weren't created for you. They were created with the economic space called Trinidad in mind, but not the nuanced space that is Tobago. And so they don't really care what you're coming with from Tobago as far as they are concerned. These are our rules, and it applies nationally, end of story. No variation for little Tobago. And so sometimes you struggle. I saw it in the days post-COVID. Our hoteliers who had to be closed for all of COVID, they weren't essential businesses. A few of them get a little work from health because they had to keep COVID patients. But for in the main, they were closed. They turned off the breaker. They kept a little water in the pool because somebody tell them to drain the pool going to start to crack up. They paid no staff. The furniture started dry rotten. And then someday in 2022, they say, okay, you could start to take guests again. These hotels went to the bank and said, okay, you have to extend the moratorium for us in Tobago, because for us in the tourism sector, we can't just restart. We first have to take whatever little money we have, fix up, replace, and then buy stock, buy raw materials, and get operational again. You know what the bank said? COVID done, the moratorium done, the niceness done, pay with your loan money. End of story. And the TH had to jump in and start to pay capacity fees at Tech for hotels to save them from closing down so that business can continue. And that made me realize that nobody considers the uniqueness of the Tobago business. And so this Tobago Development Fund is for every Tobago business, from small and micro all the way up to large, to have access to funding without having to apply through the traditional banking institution. And you will now have that access through the Tobago Development Fund. And through that fund, we will amalgamate all our services from BDU all the way to venture capital, from grants all the way to loans. We will take it from being directly in the hands of the THA, which means that no secretary, no area rep could come and beg and say, well, give them a little time, they can't pay now. It will be managed professionally, and we will have easier rules for you to have access to the funding, and that way you could build out your businesses and become much more successful. That's how the Tobago Development Fund by the TPP engenders economic growth. And then we go to a biggie, sustainable tourism as a policy focus. By 2030, the economic contribution of tourism must get to at least 6% by 2030. And we must get to at least 8% by 2035. To achieve that, we want a 25+% long stay, increase in long stays by 2030, and a 60+% increase in short stays by 2035. The TPP proposes that over the next 4 years, we must have on island at least 1,500 4- or 5-star rooms on island. So we don't want nothing too shabby. We want it done well. We hope to achieve that through a myriad of strategies. First, the Division of Tourism will create a talent pool of experts that will work with our existing hoteliers and bed and breakfast and guest house owners, Airbnb owners. Because here's what we realize. We give you some grant money and say, go fix up your place. But you are no interior decorator, so you go and paint the room in bright orange. And when the guests come, they leave with jaundice because the eyes yellow. So what we have to do is provide you with the experts, a team of experts to support the grant funding. And that includes interior decorators, landscape architects, actual architects, builders, tourism experts in terms of marketing experts, so that the support in funding is matched by the support with actual experts to help you achieve the outcome of converting your existing rooms. And we have about 3,500 rooms or so converting some of those to actual 4 or 5-star rooms. And that's in addition to 1,500 new 4 or 5-star rooms. We are engaging luxury hotels. Everybody knows that the Elephant Tree is under construction in Roxborough, and last year, through some intervention in New York, we got Hilton to sign on to Elephant Tree, and they'll be part of Hilton Tapestry collection there at Roxborough. The return of Hilton to Tobago since they drop out down at Plantations. And of course, we know the Marriott, and I met with the AMA 2 weeks ago, and we have been told that they're pretty close to getting the certificate of environmental clearance. And where the Marriott is concerned, let me be clear. We have always been clear. We need you to be environmentally sound. We need you to respect the history and the artifactual heritage of the Back Bay area. We need to keep the beach available for public use and access. And as a TPP policy, we will not support any institution that believes that they must privatize Tobago beaches. All Tobago beaches will remain public beaches with public access points. But we need luxury hotels. The dreams and secrets that we were pursuing through private sector development down at Kilgreen. You know what happened? By the time they got the approvals, Hyatt said to them, well, that's the AM Hotel Group that Hyatt is a part of, said to them, you take too long, we now put in the investments in other places. And that is why for sustainable tourism development, all of the approval and planning agencies within this calendar year, 2026, must reside in Tobago. And I want you to know that we are the only party that have been advocating to ensure town country planning becomes resident in Tobago again. And we are prepared that if by the second quarter of this calendar year, 2026, they are not ready to move it in Trinidad, we are just going to open our own town country planning office, do our own planning approvals, and let them challenge us in court, because I know we'll win that case in court. We also have to explore community tourism, because I don't want us to get like some other islands where everything is just big, all-inclusives everywhere, and the community establishments are left out. We're always talking about the Castara model. The reality is that we have greater economic growth, greater wealth distribution, the smaller the enterprise is. You could actually have 3 rooms by you, 2 rooms by you, and they be the most luxurious rooms in the most beautiful piece of this 116 square mile paradise. It's not about size. It's also about securing our community enterprises and ensuring that other communities, just like Castara, can thrive by having well-placed eco-resorts and giving the support for that. Under ecotourism, we are going to develop all our hiking trails, our biking trails, ensure that they are properly labeled, ensure that before you go on the trails, you know the degree of difficulty, whether it is intermediate or extremely difficult, that we have trained citizens, residents of Tobago, who can take you on these tours and support the efforts. We will continue to maximize our operations in sport tourism. Yes, you saw us branch out brand new with Dodds diving in Charlottesville, and I don't think anybody expected it to be so grand and so huge, to the extent that ESPN has decided that this year they are going to carry Dodds diving live from Tobago. We supported Dream 11, and when you go online in Dream 11, you should see how those Indian fans by the tens of thousands tuning in and learning about a place called Tobago and what that means potentially for our tourism product. We will be having mountain biking in this year, in the summer of this year as well in Tobago. And so we will be supporting sport tourism to the extent that we are looking to make sure that Tobago is the place where the greatest, the most famous athletes in the world come to hang out, to train, and to play sport. And that becomes part of our tourism product. It's also why we went ahead to build the Beat Sport Arena out there in Corland to facilitate sport tourism. Let us move to food security and sovereignty. What are our goals? Our goals, the first one is that food security must contribute at least 8% of our GDP. 8% must come from agriculture by 2035. We want to have 40% increase in the growth of indigenous crops, which will allow for self-sufficiency. And we want to have a 60% increase in fish harvest. And that's why we propose as a TPP to provide, we have two major fishing associations. You know, me and them have a love-hate relationship, but we love each other more than we hate each other. And we're going to provide them with access to mother boats and training for mother boats, funding for mother boats, because we can't be going out there with pirogue and Tom, Dick, Harry, Jane from Venezuela, Barbados, Grenada, and everywhere else, just sailing through our waters with mother boats and harvesting most of our fish products. And we going out there, throwing a small line, coming in every day and struggling. We are moving to sustainable fishing communities, and we are going to provide the support, not just for TATCO, but we are going to provide the support for our two major fishing associations. So they have access to mother boats, access to the training, and access to upping the game from pirogues to mother boats. We are also going to provide grant funding of $100,000 to young Tobago farmers. And youth, by our definition, will be 35 years and younger. Now we know that there is the NAMDEFCO grant, but so few of us get that grant here in Tobago. So we are going to provide our own grant of $100,000 to young Tobago farmers. The mega farming program at the Friendship Agri Park, that will be completed within the next 12 months. And then the Tobago Agricultural Research Institute, or TARI, is ongoing. You heard about how you could get the UTT certified degrees right up there at Kendall Farm School. This administration is going to provide support for research and studies all the way up to PhD level right there at Kendall Farm School in agriculture, fishing, forestry, and related fields. And then we move to an area that you might be excited about, public infrastructure. Everybody is excited about public infrastructure because they want to see nice things built. I see some people recently have been just taking up some photos they find on Google and just dropping it any and everywhere. I look at one earlier this evening and it looks as though the whole of Palatavia Beach gone for some monstrosity in the sea. It means that the little pink house that great granny leave for you, they take it and mash it up to build this monstrosity. It means that the piece of the school gone. It means the little supermarket on the bay, in Bay supermarket gone, because they take all, they didn't even consult you, but they just decide them going and build a big thing there. Granted, the same people who just built in Palatavia a platform and leave it there for more than 12 years and couldn't finish a fishing depot want to build a massive structure there on the land and into the ocean. But let's look at public infrastructure. Annually, and I know Secretary James will want us to go up to $1 billion, but this is a conservative figure, a much more likely figure. Annually across the THA, the TPP will spend $600 million as our investment into public infrastructure every year. This is not wages for development workers. This is in public infrastructure, at least $600 million every year being pumped into public infrastructure. That means improved road network. And yes, for those of you who live on the tongue side, the low side as we say, or like a fancy new road through Friendship, Over the next 4 years, we will get Bad Rock done. We will get Turpin Bend done. Proper design for Turpin Bend. We will get the Lansome-Shallerville Link Road, which they built, which we are now being sued for $80 million because the contractor claimed he was never paid. And everybody who drive on the road know the road ain't good. It probably ain't built good in the first place. We will fix it over the next 4 years. The Darrell Spring Boardwalk will happen, and that's the boardwalk that extends between the market and the library all the way down. So as you enter town from Darrell Spring, all the way down from Victor Bruce Complex, all the way down to almost towards the bridge by KFC, between the right side and the left side, the west side and the east side, we'll have a boardwalk through there that will accommodate small entrepreneurs, those with the food trucks, the little street vendors. We will give you a decent venue that you could ply your trade. It becomes a liming hub. Those of you who went to Bishops know that Sosa is a real beat people for liming down in the back there. But we're going to regulate the thing nice now. Everybody big now. And Sosa can't get licks for liming outside of the bus terminus again, or liming by outside the library again. So it's an area that we want to create commercial activity, because we will agree that Scarborough is slowly dying and the commercial activity is moving outside of town. And while I'm very happy for those of you who live all the way down in the Crown Point, Bonaccord area, our capital in Tobago cannot die while the other parts go. So we have to return commercial activity into Scarborough, and we will do that. We look at the Runnymede bypass along Devines Road, and you know, everybody have been asking, what do you do about this massive silk cotton tree? I sent Secretary James, I said, you go up there and start to cut it down now. And although he claimed, superstitious, afraid, you know what, touch it. And because nobody wants to touch it, and nobody should touch it, it's part of our historical and ecological history and DNA. We are going to construct a decent, this calls for high engineering, around the tree without creating too much displacement for residents that live in the area, to allow for safe commute over to Castara. Of course, you have seen the overpass from Highmore Connector to Sangsters Hill Road. As I tell you, I don't want to go in other places and drive and you see an overpass and nice road, and then you come in Tobago and you're in a small corner. We have to think big. So we will improve our road network. We will do 3 transit hubs. We will have a central transit hub, which will be in Scarborough, and we have already eyeballed the area just behind Victor Bruce, right next to the market, and the area that we now call Gardenside Car Park. Those 2 areas together, connected by an overpass overhead, we will allow for retail activity, office spaces for some critical THA offices. We will accommodate national insurance there, NIB, because they have been our long-standing partners, and we have already had a conversation with First Citizens Bank to return downtown, because where they were is also part of the real estate belonging to the Tobago House of Assembly. We'll accommodate them there. So we have a central campus. We'll have parking. We will have the buses, maxis, and taxis picking people up to go anywhere around the island from that location. So it's a centralized hub, a beehive of activity, again, ensuring that we bring life back into Scarborough, decency back into Scarborough. My elderly friends who like to go to the market, but you can't find a park over by Gardenside Car Park, will allow for our first built car park to be included in that project, high-rise car park to be included in that project. So it means that you could park safely and walk straight into the market easily as we connect important commercial activity there in the center of Tobago. There will also be a hub in Mason Hall to transit people going north all the way to Lansome, and an eastern hub in Roxborough. We want Tobagonians to appreciate that in many jurisdictions, you don't take one transportation to get to where you need to go. Those of you who have traveled know that sometimes you have to change train line. You have to change buses. And we don't want to send those big buses all the way up to Lansomia and Charlottesville to have bus accidents again, when they can transition into smaller, much more appropriate buses in the north at Mason Hall and in the east at Roxborough. And we will connect all of them digitally. I spoke about this. Our buses, when TPP retains office, our buses will have GPS trackers and locators. So you will see electronically from your phones, from the tickers at the bus station, where the bus is, how long again the bus taking. You're going to know if you get a chance to go back and shop some more and come again, because you can see the time the bus, estimated time the bus will arrive at your destination. We will connect routes that don't exist right now. So as it is right now, there is no bus connecting Roxborough to Bloody Bay on the north side, but we have the communities on the north side trying to get to the hospital in Roxborough, trying to get to work out at the Works Division in Roxborough and in Speyside and so on. So we'll include routes that are not now present. We will also do some marine infrastructure. Very important when we talk in public infrastructure. The cruise ship complex at Scarborough, the Roxborough one was somebody else's idea, but let's stick to Scarborough. The cruise ship complex at Scarborough, we did the feasibility study, we did the mapping, we did the studies of the seabed, we started the conversation with those in the historical societies about how do we extract the artifacts lodged in the seabed. We even supported and brought here with the help of the Dutch embassy training in specialized scuba diving to extract artifacts. So we already did that training. We looking at museum development to extract the artifacts so we could dredge properly and have proper berthing facilities for cruise ships in Scarborough, going east towards Bacalet, west towards Red Rock area. It will allow for some land reclamation. Some of you here might be old enough to remember. I am certainly not old enough. I only started coming tongue in 1996. But those of you old enough will know that at one time you could have walked from Lambo to Tongue on the beach. But that doesn't exist anymore. Sea come and take the land. So some significant land reclamation is required. We will be able to again restore that carriageway that takes you around Coast Guard base, around to where Scarborough Sec, to all licensing department. We'll be able to secure and preserve the lands now going away in the sea, secure the Shore Park playing field area, the Shore Park Cultural Complex, the lands belonging to Scarborough Sec. We'll be able to secure those as we do the marine development and infrastructure in Scarborough. Cruise ship terminal at Charlottesville, and we're using this term loosely. We're talking about proper provision for customs, immigration, public health, down at the bay in Charlottesville. Right now as it is, you could dock your yacht in Charlottesville, and if you ain't feel to walk and check nobody, you ain't walk and check nobody. You walk to the bar first and you sit down on your lime, right? You lime with villagers, you take some drinks, you go by Sharon and eat, and up to now you ain't going to check no port health, no immigration, no customs. Because traditionally they were located quite on the inside upstairs the health center in Charlottesville. The health center is nearing completion for the renovation works, and they will not be returning to the health center. The health center is for health services only, and we are now prepared over this calendar year before the next cruise ship season that will start in October of this year to provide accommodation for customs, immigration, and port health closer to the bayfront down at Charlottesville. We will make provisions for cruise ships at Plymouth, and I mentioned it in the meeting in Plymouth that we already secured the lands surrounding the jetty in Plymouth. They were initially given in a lease to a gentleman who, when I just came into office, will visit me every month or so. But we have not renewed the lease to Mr. Gillette. And now the lands have been returned to the state, to the Tobago House of Assembly, and the people of Plymouth can have development for the jetty. It used to be the only jetty that will provide fuel on the jetty. We have already started exploring developments at Kings Bay and also marina at Cove, which is down at the Friendship area. In fact, let me pause at Friendship here because you'll be excited by this. Development is not ad hoc. It has to be planned. It can't be guesswork. So you see we build the road through Friendship. That is not by accident. The road is built. We already have an agreement for a water park in the area. We're looking at the marina development down at the Cano Bay area. We're looking at hotel development, and I've already walked the site with our motorsport enthusiasts and our racers because we will have proper facility there for motor racing, which, if you don't know, is a $1 trillion industry globally. And we want to be the only country this far south with decent F1 rated tracks that we can attract the world's billionaires and most talented drivers here. If Monaco could do it, and I went to go and check the size and population of Monaco, Tobago could more than do it. And let me add to that. So the new airport, which is supposed to come on stream second quarter of this year, and we're holding the ministry to that, where the old airport is concerned, we are proposing to make provisions for two things. One, to make provisions for cargo flying into Tobago, so we can get our goods directly here by air freight. And we are also going to make provisions for private jets to land at the old airport, and we will connect the old airport and the new airport with an ambitious air train system connecting both facilities to allow for effortless movement between the both facilities. And guess what? We already had those discussions with NITCO, who is charged with the build operation down there at Southwest Tobago. And finally, we must consider urban and suburban village growth. We can't just put all our development in urban centers. We have to look at the suburban areas, and we have to look at the villages. So yes, we talk about the greenfield space in Friendship Estate for sport tourism. We have to rethink and look at our commercial centers, Scarborough as one, Roxborough as one, Canaan Bonaccord as one, suburban centers like Charlottesville, Speyside, Plymouth, Mason Hall, the multi-level parkade, we spoke about that, as we ensure that we spread the development across the island and that people are not forced to only come into town or go to Crown Point if you want something. You can get it in outlying regions. We move to education and innovation as the next policy focus area. By 2030, we want a minimum of 50% of all our secondary school students leaving with a full certificate. Minimum by 2030. By 2035, we want at least 40% of our workforce having post-secondary training. Now, that is ambitious because the only OECD country that has a figure this high might be Finland. I want Little Tobago to have a workforce where at least 40% of our workforce has post-secondary education training. That could be university, it could be a tech voc institution, whatever it is, you must have at least 40% of our workforce having post-secondary training. And by 2045, that figure must go up to 60%. Over the next 4 years, starting in this year, 2026, this TPP administration will start, and if you're closing your fridge, if you're now trying to take out a bowl of cereal, if you now open a pack of chips and the pack make noise, if you're still trying to eat a piece of black cake and you now cut it in the pan, right? If you're now trying to thief piece of chicken ham. And you hope your mommy and here you're cutting the ham again. The hops done eat out already. And now you're on the ham and cricks. I want to pause and listen carefully. In this year, 2026, this TPP administration will commence construction of the Scarborough Secondary School. Tobago generally has very good school plans, physical plans, by comparison with other jurisdictions in the Caribbean. But we can't have one school every day with the teachers, the students, faculty members going to work unsure whether the school there the next day. It can't be every time rough sea come, piece of the land drop down in the sea. And every time the teacher try to build a building, we build it today, in 2 months it has the cracks. It's falling apart. The soil type, the proximity to the ocean. We are prioritizing the construction of Scarborough Secondary School. We are rolling out, we already did the policy, so we are going to implement, starting this year, the Tobago-centric curriculum. And I want you to appreciate why that is important. I remember I carried a motion when I was in the minority. And another teacher in the house said, there's more and more. But it's not about giving the teachers more work. It's about integrating into our curriculum exercises what we teach. Things that are Tobago. I was one of the best history students in my day. I could boast about that. Ask my history teachers. Did excellently at O levels and A levels. But it wasn't until I left secondary school I really learned about Sandy the slave. It wasn't until I became a big hardback man and pick up Susan Craig book, I read about the kind of resistance my people were giving to slavery and colonialism. And then there I was as a secondary school student, quoting Christmas Day Rebellion, quoting Sam Sharp from Jamaica, things in Guyana, in Barbados, and not even knowing my own Tobago history. So when we say we are going to implement the Tobago-centric curriculum, it's to ensure that for every example we need to use, every data set we need to use, we are going to use Tobago-specific, Tobago-relevant data sets, so that our children, when they're writing their CXCs, O's and A's, can know and use the Tobago examples. Our dual-track academic and technical system, this is critical. And we're going up to Roxborough. Right now at Roxborough, we have Roxborough Secondary School, and all the women in my family went to Roxborough Secondary School, so I love you, Roxborough Sec. I wish you didn't change the Bronx because the Bronx was so unique. And then just next to Roxborough, separated by a fence line, is the trade school. Now we are going to keep Roxborough Secondary School as a secondary school. So the teachers, you are retained, students still being sent there from SEA, but we are going to add another layer in that space. We are going to allow for that space to provide technical vocation education all the way up to the university level. We are going to integrate both campuses, the trade school and the Roxborough Secondary School. They will share equipment, they will share teachers and tutors, and whether you are going into the trade school as a post-secondary student, or you are in the Roxborough Secondary School system itself, you have the opportunity to learn trade all the way up to university level. The school cannot be closed at 3 o'clock. It can't be all the lights on right now and nobody in there and the equipment just there not being used. It's an opportunity to have school starting at 8 and to have school starting at 4 p.m. and to ensure that we put emphasis on technical vocation in Tobago. The days when people who do technical vocation are seen as the not so bright people, those days are gone. Technical people, people with skills are extremely brilliant people. Every carpenter I know could do mental maths better than me, right? Because many of them had to use different systems and measurement and learn how to do the conversion. And so it's not about being bright or dunce. It's about saying if your talent lies in vocational training and education, we are going to give you equal emphasis and attention as traditional academics. We currently have 2 early childhood centers in the pipeline. One contract already awarded for Corlan, another to be placed somewhere in the Friendship area, because we have those catchment areas lacking in terms of space for early childhood care and education. And of course, tertiary level institution, the upgrade of THCI, the partnering of THCI with international institutions, and the introduction of courses beyond culinary arts and hospitality management to include areas in the orange economy, areas in biodiversity, and the marine space. We have wonderful ecological spaces. You go up to Speyside now, Little Tobago Day is underutilized. We need to get the researchers and the students from all over the world coming here to study our reef systems, our birds, our forests, and doing meaningful research here. By building out the university in that way, we are not going to just attract students and superficially increase our population, but every time parents visit, friends visit, the spouse and children visit, we are actually increasing our tally where tourism is concerned. And so education tourism is one of the directions we need to go in. Moving along swiftly, wellness and healthcare delivery. 2 major goals here. Healthy life expectancy. That is different from just life expectancy. Life expectancy, you can live to whatever age and be sick and in bed. We want, as an average, healthy male and female life expectancy from birth to be 70 years on average. And we need to achieve that by 2045. We want to reduce the wait time at the hospitals by 75%. I'm tired with the complaining, oh Lord, I'm waiting long. I just make the calls on my constituents' behalf. I just have to call poor Miss Moore or Dr. Faith and say, oh gosh, and sometimes I just have to make them more family than they are family. I have to say, it's my fault. Cousin, I say, my little cousin, they're struggling, oh gosh, help them. I have to sound pitiful. Call somebody and see if they could get you quick now, please. We all have endured it. You sit there and you wait, and you wait, and you wait. The objective is to reduce the wait time by 75% by 2035. So we don't expect to do it overnight, but systematically we reduce the wait time for our patients. In health, we are also going to get new hyperbaric chamber attached to the Roxborough Hospital to support our diving industry, which is a niche industry in tourism. Digital health, where we look at patient records, telemedicine, and remote monitoring. I called Dr. Faith from Canada earlier this year because old age started to catch up with me and I gained some back pain. And I don't know if it's because the place cold. When the place cold, you just start to feel pain in all your joints and them. That's what my grandmother used to say. So I called a doctor down here. I said, listen, this is what I'm experiencing. What I need to buy. He told me over the phone what to buy. But you know, up there, pharmacy, strict. Medication you could buy over the counter here, you can't buy it there. And remember, nobody out there know me as no chief sec. So nobody didn't give me no blind. So there I went to the pharmacy trying to get it in. I said, sorry, you need a prescription. And then I was advised to just download this app. I downloaded the app called Maple Health or something of that sort. And I described what I was feeling. I told him in the app what my doctor in Tobago prescribed. I uploaded a picture of my passport. And within 10 minutes, a doctor came on and started chatting with me. Then within 15 minutes thereafter, I got a prescription. And when I clicked on the prescription, it asked me to pick a pharmacy I want to pick up the prescription at. And I looked on the little map in the same app for a pharmacy within walking distance from where I was. I selected it. I paid my little $70 US. And I walked across to the pharmacy. When I walked across to the pharmacist said, oh, we just received the request. Give us 5 minutes. And within 5 minutes, I was walking out with the medication. Now, if I was in Tobago, I would have to go to A&E, sit down in A&E, along with the people who are actually critical, take up space and time, because the doctor to see me, the doctor to see the pregnant woman with complications, the doctor to see granny who diabetes acting up now, see everybody. The wait time is long, long, long. And then I go home complaining. I went to the doctor and all they give me is Panadol. When really and truly they can just prescribe the Panadol from an app. So when we talk about introducing telemedicine into Tobago and remote monitoring, that is to also help in reducing the wait time at our public facilities and to ensure you get the assistance in a timely manner. And to achieve the reduction in wait time, we have to do the workforce development and training, leadership, professional growth. And finally, under health, we have to take a look at prevention and wellness. And I want to talk to you, Tobago. Let me step down a little closer to you. I know we have a harvest culture, and Tobagonians are sweet hand. It's still debatable whether Tate or I who are the sweeter hand. But we ain't get to compete face to face yet. But we'll get there. Both of you were trained by our grandmothers. We'll get there. And you know when they're cooking for harvest, you ain't want no coconut milk powder. You want your actual coconut. That you have to wring the thing. And if you find it and cut enough oil on top, you put more coconut juice in it till it cut that little grease on top. And I know we like with good stew and with good provision. But here's the truth. We are dying from lifestyle diseases. High blood pressure, hypertension, diabetes, heart-related, and cancers. We can't continue so. So, we have to do some preventative measures and look at prevention wellness. And one of the things we propose to do is to take another look at nutrition in our secondary schools and what we feed our students from young, because that trains the taste buds, and ensure that what's in the school box, in the grub box as we call it when I was in school, is healthy and good for them. We also have to do some research, some medical research on island, and we propose to do it. I sure every time you hear somebody dead and you ask what happened, it's cancer. Just last week I visited a villager in Charlottesville. I know she to be good. When I check, cancer, body retaining fluids, can't walk, fatigue. She knows she get cancer and already at an advanced stage. And I'm saying we have to stop and do some research as to what might be causing that for us in Tobago. It might be what we eat, it might be our physical environment, it might be some change in lifestyle, but we have to take a look at it. And that's one of the measures that's in the blueprint. And then we move to protecting the socially vulnerable. We're almost there. Now, this is where some people like to call it handouts. I hate the term handouts, and I'll tell you why. When I do the Tobago Development Fund, and I do the loan guarantee program for the business community, they don't call it handouts. They call it subsidy and all kind of fancy term. But as it going to poor people, is handout. If it's handout to poor people, it's handout to the business class as well. And if we are to give handouts to the business class, the government must also give handouts to the poorer classes too. It's equity across the board. So, the Baby Box Initiative, Dr. Faith, TPP will now be moving it from a one-off baby box to up to 6 months. Remember I tell you, we have to put measures in place to make it easier for people to have children and to take care of them. I'm looking at some of my brothers who ain't start yet, right? We also, I did announce in Bell Garden the Trust Fund Initiative, and that Trust Fund Initiative will allow that by the time a Tobagonian gets to the age of 21, there is some monies put aside for that Tobago adult, that they could start school, start business, start life. But we're introducing something new now. We will start as a pilot this year, and Secretary Petal, don't worry, we did the math, so you don't have to worry about how we're going to fund it. This year we are going to start as a pilot where we are going to give every child born to a Tobago resident, and he must be a resident in Tobago for at least 1 year before the child is birthed here. We are going to provide to those families $500 a month up until the child is 5 years old, which will cost us across the 5 years. Across the 5 years, this will cost us about. I see some senior people saying they're going to try again. Maybe we have some Sarahs and Abrahams in the house. But this will actually cost us across the 5 years. It will cost us about 13 million across the 5 years, and just about 2 to 2.7 million per year. And remember, it may be less because it's as the child is birthed. Right now, the reality is our numbers are down to between 400 and 450 per year, down from over 900. And it might just mean that we have to provide some universal child benefit. That's what it's called, universal child benefit. The TPP will also provide universal disability benefit. It had too much rules to get a disability grant when you're actually disabled and in need of the grant. You are disabled, give the people the grant. Once that are hoops to jump through, and you know the person since they're born have a disability or an accident cause it. The universal unemployment benefit, we are also looking at that, because the aim is that by 2035, there must be at least 60% improvement or increase in universal income support. And by 2045, all vulnerable citizens must get coverage by 2045, 100%. I spoke to digital and community service delivery already, through hotline, through the e-wallet system. We have the unified social support framework, economic inclusion and skills. Part of our challenge is that some of those who need social support really need a pathway to self-sufficiency. And yes, what we're giving the social support is not to create a dependent society consistently, but it's to match the social support with teaching you skills that will help you to matriculate out of a place where you need the support to being self-sufficient. Vulnerable and at-risk groups like the elderly, the disabled, youth, single parents, there are provisions for you. We will introduce into our bus system, again, a significant number of buses that will cater for wheelchair-bound passengers and the differently able. We are going to all of our bus stops, those bus sheds they are talking, we're going to all of them. And the mandate is that over the next 4 years, every single THA facility must be wheelchair accessible, must be accessible to the differently able. We have to lead by example. When we lead, the other institutions will follow. And we are going to use the faith-based council over at community development to assist churches to also become wheelchair accessible to people who are differently abled. Next, we move to affordable housing. We are going to make a 15% of our GDP investment into affordable housing. And let me tell you why such a high investment. We can preside over an island where Tobagonians can't afford to live here, where people don't have decent homes to live in. And if we provide 15% of our GDP and put that towards treating with affordable housing, we will get to 75% coverage by 2045. And so over the next 4 years, we want to provide a minimum of 800 housing units over the next 4 years, a minimum of 200 lots, and this is ambitious, So whoever the next secretary of settlement is, no, I'm not playing. You have to push. Although watch Whitey. Whitey might go on to bigger things. 200 lots for those who can build their own homes. We will explore modular housing strategies. Sometime last month, I visited one going up in somewhere in Mason Hall, where they're using the pour concrete method in a mold. There are other prefab methods, so we use modular housing methods to keep the cost low. The Home Ownership Made Easy program, that will receive significant funding from us. And under PUSH, we want over the next 4 years to give out at least 500 service lots to our middle class. And as announced in Mason Hall, all of those old government quarters, we are going to make them available at the current market value, however they are, to public officers and middle income earners so that they will be put to good use. And then the final area, and perhaps the exciting area, I hear people just throwing out numbers of how much jobs they will create. But they're not saying how they will create those jobs. Remember I said to you, the old fisherman tell me, if the compass break even in calm waters, you could drift. It can't be, we just throw out a number. It has to be directed. It has to be specific. It has to be measured. And so it's about creating sustainable and meaningful job creation. We hope that by 2030, with this TPP administration, the private sector will add 25% more jobs. The public sector will add 15% more jobs. And by 2030, youth employment will go up by 15%. We are going to create our own Tobago minimum wage for anybody that is employed by the THA. By 2027, no Tobagonian working for the THA must make less than $5,500 per month. That means that the people I love in CPEP and URP, you could see your salary increase again by this TPP administration and increase without any prompt from central government. And let me be clear again, we're not closing CPEP and URP. We are actually improving the working conditions and ensuring that they get a living wage to go with it. And we don't need the Ministry of Finance to tell us to do so. I know in the past, whenever CPEP and URP get a raise of salary, you know they get that? Central government first had to decide to increase the salary, and then they get a raise. Not with this administration. It matters not what they're doing down in Trinidad, we're taking care of we people and ensure they have a living wage. End of story. We are, right now the policy is the minimum contract period is 3 years. That's the policy. We are going to move it from 3 years to 5 years as a policy. Your minimum contractual period to 5 years. And there is a reason for that. It's not because we want to just carry it to 5 years. When you're on contract, you get a harder time at the bank. A harder time to prove that you deserve a loan. You could service a loan. If we take it to 5 years, you stand a better chance of servicing a loan. Plus, if you take it to 5 years, nobody just coming into office could just decide to move you, because your term as a contract employee is larger than the contractual term of any elected official. So 5 years for you, 4 years per term force. That's how it works. You must get a better deal than we. Those of us who must lead, must serve, and must push from behind. So let's look at some job creation. We want, and I'll break this down for you, we want to create 1,000 jobs through clean energy, 400 plus jobs in digital, and 6,775 jobs through infrastructure. So let's look at that breakdown this minute. Powering Tobago's green future. 400 plus jobs we will create through manufacturing, installation, and maintenance for solar panels, for electric vehicle charging stations. We are going to train our young people in how to repair electric cars and electric car systems and create job in that environment. We're pushing for our homes to have solar panels on them, to heat our water, to run our air conditioning units. And as a policy, a TPP policy, the THA must lead from in front and begin to introduce solar panels to public buildings and public spaces in a major way. So our offices must have redundancy that includes solar. So you see the days when I am there entertaining high officials, ambassadors from other countries, and just taking the current and leaving in the dark down in Shore Park. We must have backup systems that don't require a generator with diesel, but that can use solar panels to help push some of our electrification. So that's 400 plus jobs in that field alone. Through public building jobs, we create another 400 jobs. And then through green transportation, e-buses and charging stations, we create another 200 jobs. So that's how we create about 1,000 jobs through the clean energy transition that we need to do. We have to get some electric buses here. We have to encourage electric cars. Over the next year and a half, we are going to install electric charging stations. Now, we wanted to do it in the last 4 years, but budget constraints disallowed it. But we already have the designs done. We have the locations pinpointed. We have the locations prepared. All that is required now is for us to go to tender and have those EV charging stations installed. And when we are done, Tobago will have more EV charging stations per square mile than any other Caribbean territory. And we're creating 1,000 jobs in a greener, cleaner future for Tobago. Then we look at Tobago Online, and we want to create about 400 digital jobs. We are talking about things like digital content creators, database analysts, digital product managers, UX and UI designers, digital transformation specialists, data conversion technicians, etc., etc. We can't just go digital and not hire the people to manage and maintain those platforms, to provide cybersecurity, to monitor what we're doing. So that is creating at least 400 plus jobs in that sector alone. And then building Tobago's foundation, because we're going on an aggressive campaign to build homes, that's about 4,000 plus jobs created in that sector, because we're going to create a construction boom. In terms of tourism infrastructure, we want to add at least 600 plus jobs as we build out build out of hotels, build out of recreation sites, fixing forts and trails and so on. The heritage village, we will be building a heritage village where you could come to Tobago, sleep in a village that feels authentically and traditionally Tobagonian, and be served Tobago food and living traditional houses while you're here. So we will create this almost folkloric theme park that you can live in right here in Tobago. That enterprise will create another 175 jobs, and then 2,000 plus jobs created to build roads, schools, ports, and civic centers. But I want to add one other thing. I see people talking 10 on, 10 off. I know what's interesting. The man who is running against me, when they were busy trying to win an election in January 2021, they pulled some people in and call it reforestation, pay them for 2 fortnights, then fire them and tell them we're going to call all them back, or they're going to be permanent just now, and all know they can't call them back. We have not done that to anybody. This turn-on, turn-off program has been going on for a long while as a way of providing sustenance to so many people. And the intention has always been that these same individuals will transition into the permanent vacancies there at the Division of Infrastructure. And so now that we have had the turn-on, turn-off for a little while, we are at the place that as we go through calendar 2026 and the rest of fiscal 2026, that we will now regularize and make permanent on the casual list those on the turn-on, turn-off program. And that's 2,000 plus jobs. And so, Tobago, this blueprint, which will be published on Monday, is really about building a brighter Tobago. It's really about building a Tobago where every Tobago child has the opportunity to self-actualize. And I talk about it all the time. If I have the opportunity to become chief sec, then I want the youth man in Castara, down in Bonaccord, the youth man who liming down by the waterfront in Boko, the youth man down in Virgil Alley, down in Collar Hall, the youth man up on the block up by Sister Bernie, to have the same opportunity to self-actualize. Tobago must be the space where we build bright futures for all our people, not just for some. This is a government for the many and not for the few. This is not for just a certain class of people. We're not building a government just so our contractor friends alone will get through. We're building a government that the man who ain't no contractor must get through to. Everybody must GT in the next 4 years. We spent 4 years fixing and fixing and fixing. The next 4 years, we will spend building and building and building and building. The beauty about a blueprint, and then I'll shut up and take any question from anybody on the floor. Challenge me to any question. The beauty about a blueprint is that a blueprint is not constructed for only the architect or the engineer. Everyone on the construction site reads from the same blueprint. The engineer, the architect, the builder, the carpenter, the mason, the plumber, the electrician, the man who putting down the tile, the man who making out the windows, install the windows and the doors, the man who painting, everybody working on the construction site must utilize the same blueprint. In this Tobago that we are constructing, we want every Tobagonian citizen to use the same blueprint. I hear Purple Party saying they have a blueprint too, right? But I assure you, this is the only blueprint that makes sense. This is the only plan that you can work with. This is the only plan that will ensure that Tobago grows and truly becomes the greatest little island on the planet. We want a Tobago that is so significantly great that long after I have left this place, I am no longer chief secretary. We can look back and look at that day starting on the 9th of December 2021 when a team of ambitious, passionate, Tobago-loving people came into office and decided that Tobago will no longer be a basket case when it can in fact become the bread basket. Tobago will no longer succumb to mendicancy when we can in fact offer to the rest of the world. Tobago will no longer be the place where we quarrel and make noise because we just want to make our own decisions. Tobago will be an audacious place to live in with people who are bold and forthright about their own future. And the only thing that will achieve those objectives is this, the Tobago People's Party blueprint for Tobago. Are there any questions? So there might be questions from online. So yes, here are moderators. So we take about 3 questions. So let's turn on the mic for Secretary Petala and Robert.
Testing. Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Secretary and Political Leader of the Tobago People's Party. I will now lead the question and answer segment. So let's give the Honorable Chief Secretary.
So we'll take about 3 questions. I am also seeing members of the media here. So I don't know if our good friend Elizabeth of CCN TV6 and I-95, I think. If she has any questions, I will accommodate them. And by the way, we have not had any preset. So we have representation from the Chamber of Commerce, 2 there.
So we had a structured method of doing the question and answers.
Oh.
In that we would like to see the questions before, just to ensure that they are relevant. But seeing it is that is
but what, we have 3 from the floor. These 2 and 1 from Ms. Felix. I will take them, and if you had questions that were submitted, I ask you to share them and I'll answer them.
Okay, so
that's how confident I am in the product, that I will blindly answer any question from anybody on the blueprint.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Arthur, and I am here representing the Tobago Chamber of Commerce. The question I have isn't actually very specifically about the blueprint. The question I have really is, as somebody living in Tobago, what people are thinking is, if I am comparing what the PNM has put out there, and I'm comparing what you all have put out there, what would you say as the Chief Sec is the fundamental difference? Obviously, I am now presupposing that you looked at the other one. I'll just call it that.
2 fundamental differences. 1, the blueprint is more people-centered and people-focused and has strategies that treated how we can move people from where they are to where they need to be. I have seen major gaps in the other documents about social welfare programs, how they plan to make education a tool for equalizing all our citizens and for this great opportunity for self-actualization. So that's 1 major difference. And a second major difference is that we have not just proposed plans, but we measured. So for example, they say they will create 7,000 jobs, but they haven't quite said how they will create 7,000 jobs. We showed how we could create 8,000 plus jobs, and the sectors we can create them in, how we are going to introduce those sectors, and how we are going to get those sectors to work for islands development. So we were very systematic in our approach. So we didn't rush this. We knew an election was coming, and we put a team to work on doing the necessary feasibility studies, looking at the economic models, look at what can work for small island developing states like ours. When I pitched that we should go motorsport, we could have picked any sport. We could have said we could just build a cricket stadium. We could say we could build our next football stadium. But we chose motorsport because we look at where there is a real niche area, where we could compete easily and be head and shoulders above everybody else, how we could offer a product that nobody else in the Caribbean has, and what something like that has done for a small population on a small island like Tobago. So we look at Monaco as a model. So we have been looking at comparisons that are better than us, not who equal to us or worse than us. We have been comparing ourselves with those who are doing better than we are and looking at how we can compete and surpass them and what we can borrow from them. Smart people don't try to invent everything. The answers are already there in the world.
Much, Honorable Chief Secretary. We'll just have maybe about 3 more questions.
So I saw Mr. Gray's hand and I saw Ms. Felix's hand.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Brendan Gray. I also represent the Chamber of Commerce at Tobago. You did speak about the Tobago Development Fund. I think it's $12 million, I think it was.
We currently have 10 million in it, but we are now empowering the workers with that fund to actually go out, to source funding, because that's how development banks work. They go out, they utilize the monies they have, they grow it, they make more money, they get funding from elsewhere, they bring it in and find a way to utilize it, grow it, pay it back, all of those things.
So the idea is that this fund is going to grow and eventually grow to a larger fund in the future.
Correct,
because
yes.
it needs to, because if you're doing business, businessman needs more than 5 million when you're doing business.
No, absolutely.
Yes.
So the idea with what we really want, to be honest, what we really wanted to develop is the Tobago Development Bank. With the Tobago Development Bank concept, unfortunately, again, that will be dependent on somebody in Trinidad and at Central Bank giving us the authorization to have a bank, much more a development bank. The Central Bank might even see it as challenging their scope, because central banks also work as development banks and can fund government projects as well as private sector development projects. So knowing that to curtail the limitations in law and to avoid any fight with any statutory agency in Port of Spain, we call it the Tobago Development Fund. And the idea is to grow it beyond the $10 million. $10 million is a startup capital. $10 million is not operational, because we know that this has to be a multi-million-dollar enterprise that will go into a multi-billion-dollar enterprise that will fund Tobago's development through the private and public sector. So we hope that perhaps the next time we're having this kind of conversation, pre-election like this, we should be able to say, look, this development fund did not only just fund these 2-3 hotels, but it also funded this major public project that was delivered. That's the kind of thing the development fund is set to do. We employ the use of Ms. Vernie Shield, who worked with us from the inception in building it out. And let me be honest with you, we didn't even know and still don't know what is Ms. Shield's politics, and it wasn't even important. That was actually a suggestion that came from the then chair or head of the Chamber of Commerce in Tobago, that she is the person that the chamber trusts to do this project. And so without question, I was Secretary of Finance, I just went to Exec Council and asked them to approve us having Ms. Vernie Shield come in and to assist us with this development output. And then we had inputs from people like Dr. Selvon Hazel. We worked with the Caribbean Development Bank that gave us some input. We worked with IDB. Ms. Coburn, who was the country manager, she's now in Barbados. She and her team worked with us as well. So we did not just use local inputs, we used international inputs to develop this fund so it is true to form and it will meet international best practice.
Chanel Felix from Tobago Updates. I have 2 questions.
Sure.
One of them has to do with housing. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Chanel Felix from Tobago Updates. The first question has to do with housing. How are we going to make sure the equitable distribution of housing is more efficient? Because we know there are persons waiting for land and housing for over 15 years. So what's the 20 years I'm hearing here. So what is the plan to boost the efficiency of the actual distribution? And secondly, this one is a bit personal because I'm currently on a project for the Tobago Airport Hotel that's currently being assisted by IDB. So what I'd like to know is how easy is it for the average Tobagonian to come to the Tobago House of Assembly and say, we have these ideas for these big projects and we want to engage in that type of public-private partnership. Usually when we see these big hotel projects happening, with the 1,500 rooms that you discussed, we think about persons of a different hue being able to afford that kind of project. We think about persons that are financially at a different level than the average Tobagonian would ever be able to reach. So how easy is it for the average Tobagonian to come and engage in that type of business with the THE?
I thank you. 2 very important questions. The first one, we have ambitious goals for housing development on the island. And the first question is, how do we ensure a fairer distribution process? Let me tell you what the current process is, and let me tell you what the new process will be over the next 4 years. The current process is, you apply at the division of settlements, and when it is time to distribute houses or lands, they put your name into an electronic lottery draw. You know, when I was growing up long time, I used to see them turning a big wheel for lottery. I think it was Saturday night, and they pull out the balls from the basket. And so they use an electronic system to just pull a name. The challenge with the electronic random system is somebody could apply 20 years ago and not get through, and somebody could apply last week and be picked because the system is random. And that is not the fairest approach. And so the policy shift we are going to make for the next 4 years will be first in, first out, meaning we start with the oldest applicants first, then to the newest applicants. We will also build into the policy saving some units for people who are socially vulnerable, meaning those who are differently able. So they will have some skipping of the line, so to speak, because you can't expect the man that is blind or the woman in a wheelchair to go through the same hoops as everyone else. We have to make some special provision for them. We will continue to make special provision for those who are in the national security field, because what we're building are really communities. We are building communities, meaning that in a community you must have some differently able, you must have a policeman or two, or a little soldier man or woman. You must have some teachers. You must have some people who work in CPEP and URP. So in other words, we want to make sure all strata of the society is engaged. But in the main, we are going to move from just simply a random system to doing a first in, first out system. So if you apply longest, you should be in the pool for the draw before somebody who just applied yesterday. Also, I've asked the division to look at the possibility of creating some housing units and some mechanisms to target young professionals specifically. Because we don't want the young professional to have to wait 20 years too to get a chance. So we have to do different housing developments differently. We will want to target some young professionals, because now that you are 27 or 25 and you get a new 5-year contract from the THA, and I don't know, you pick up a little Miss Felix, and you have a little baby, and he told your salaries connect and it's working out well. Now is the best time for you to really have a long-term loan like a mortgage, not when you are 40 years old. And so we also have to find a way to target our young professionals and get them through the door early so they can make that commitment early on and be able to manage their lives and their families going forward. We also have in the blueprint, and Mr. Richards is here and he could bear me witness, that we are going to look at our policies surrounding family when it comes to the distribution of houses. Because let's be real, me giving, who is a single person in here? I giving Mr. Clark, let me use people who is safe. I giving Mr. Clark as a single man a house in settlement. This is Mr. Clark, and Mr. Clark alone by himself. Right? But you're not sure right now. He's living alone. But at the same time, when Mr. Clark getting through, I have Mr. and Mrs. Richards here. How much people you have? With 4 children, with no units at all. Part of the policy change and framework that we're going to have, Ms. Felix, is that we're going to give some due consideration for family. Because housing for people is always a better public policy than housing one person. It doesn't mean that we're going to completely marginalize the one person, but it means that families, especially families that are now getting started, families that have children, especially they have more than 2 children and so on, we give them due consideration so that we can take care of families in our housing policy as well. So all of those things will factor into the new housing policy that the TPP will introduce later this month in January. And to your second question, which I had forgotten about, which is about public-private partnerships. The truth is, all that is required from this government to trigger it is really a proposal to start. We actually have, for the first time since we came into office, a unit dedicated to investments in the public space and public-private partnership investments. And this unit, they sit down diligently and they look at proposals that come from outside Tobago, proposals from Tobago, they assess it as a sort of investment commission, and then they make a recommendation to the Tobago House of Assembly's executive as to whether this is a company or an individual that we should partner with. But I want to go on a point that you make. And I don't want this point to fly over people's heads. While we hope to build out 1,500 luxury rooms in Tobago to add to our room stock, while simultaneously fixing up the 3,500 we have that are beneath 3-star rating, I don't want Tobagonians to only be the waiters, the people making up bed, the people sweeping and cutting grass, the people cleaning pools, and if you're lucky, a manager. I want to see if there can be Tobagonians that can own prestigious brands too. Most of these luxury hotels, they operate like a franchise. So they don't come themselves and always build and own and operate. What they sell is their branding, their name. And so this is an encouragement to Tobagonians, just as young Tobagonians did with Towers Hospitality and Comfort Inn, neighboring here. I want to see other Tobagonians do the same thing and venture into those businesses. The reason why we have gone out to put those lands up for a public request for proposals, for RFPs, is because we're saying clearly, any Tobagonian could put their hat in the ring, get a piece of land from the THA, get a piece of asset from the THA, and build out something beautiful and provide accommodation and other services to visitors, to domestic visitors internationally or domestic tourists. And so I want the young Tobago class of people to be part of that arrangement. It can't be every time a hotel building, somebody has to come from outside to build it. I want some of the building to happen from our people as well, right here in Tobago.
Testing. Honorable Chief Secretary and political leader, the producers are saying that it is time for us to wrap up. I had one question from Jaron Smith, though, that I'd like him to ask.
Share it.
So Jaron will now, so the final one will be from Jaron Smith.
Yes.
So stand first, Mr. Smith. Come on, you're a teacher, you know what we do when we make contributions, we stand in the class.
Yes, sir. So it says here, given the critical role that European CPEP programs play in providing employment opportunities and community support, what strategies and plans exist in the blueprint for the next 4 years?
What plans and strategies exist for what?
Yes.
Exist for what?
European
or
CPEP
exist for
programs.
them? Okay, understood. Right, so I spoke earlier about the new living wage minimum, Tobago living wage minimum of $5,500. So the CPEP and URP workers can expect that increase again, right? And I'm saying, we didn't promise you to increase your salary the first time around, and we did it anyway. And so I feel I have the authority to promise the increase now because we have a track record of giving them an increase. So one, that supports their enterprise and give them a living wage. Two, the training element and component in CPEP and URP. We want, while you're in the CPEP and URP program, you must walk away with training and accredited certification for those skills that you would have learned in CPEP and URP. So you will then have the option later on to expand and to get into entrepreneurship and do business on your own. We also will look at how we can use CPEP and URP in agriculture. You're already seeing the testing happening up at Roxborough with the team being led by Mr. Roland Murray. Interesting, and next man talking about he and Mr. Murray good and all kind of thing. He was Secretary of Agriculture and never thought one day to to move Mr. Murray to a place where he will be of greater use training our people. And that kind of effort you can see increase exponentially across CPEP and URP, so they can help us grow food, tend to animals, livestock, especially small ruminant, and diversify what they do beyond just landscaping our public areas. But we will essentially have an even more productive CPEP and URP, and it will start with incentivizing their work by getting them the new Tobago living wage minimum.
So let me take this opportunity to thank all the persons who presented their questions and also the responses from the Honorable Chief Secretary and political leader. So at this time, I'll invite you to do the closing remarks, after which I'm warmly inviting everyone to the cocktail reception just outside at the back. So do have a wonderful night. Chief Secretary and political leader will now do the closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Secretary Roberts. I just need 30 seconds. One, I just want to tell Tobago thanks, because let's face it, I turned 40 in July of this year. And well, last year, July this year ain't gone yet, you see? We're New Year. But the point I'm making, it's not every day that you look around and a jurisdiction, an island, a country puts their trust in the leadership of someone so young. And I want to tell Tobago for being, at that time, black and brave. And I know this time around you will remain true and blue as we go to the polls on January the 12th. So I want to say thanks, because in you putting that trust in my leadership and in this team, you essentially have said to Tobago that other young people are worthy of a chance. And I didn't get to the position by trying to con anybody. I didn't get to the position by trying to kick out somebody to get the chief sec work. I didn't get to the position by wheeling and dealing. I got to it by coming to the public, by saying, I want to be your next chief secretary. Gave this team and me a chance, and you gave this team and me a chance to the extent that we could not even finish going through all of the deliverables that happened across the last 4 years. This was to be a 2-hour program, stretched probably into 4 going on 5, because of how long the period of deliverable was. And I want to tell you it's going to be even more significant over the next 4 years. And I want you to trust the process with us. We said, let me fix this in the first iteration. Now we're saying Tobago is we. And that simply means that for this blueprint to really make sense, for us to get it achieved, then all of us, the collective we, have to be in the work outputs. It means that after you have voted for us, you're not going to turn your backs. You're not going to frown when we say to you, hey, we have to put in more work when we go to work on mornings. It means that parents are not going to screw up their face when we say, look, we are going to introduce parenting class for everybody having a child, because we want it to be the best parents. It means that community shops and businesses won't frown to just give a little $500 to a school graduation, because when we say Tobago is we, it means that you're voting for the best team to run the island, but you're also voting for yourself to be part of the we that executes this blueprint. And together, not Farley alone, not Farley and friends, not this super team, not this beautiful team of talented people alone, but not just the executive of the party with chairman second, but every single one of us will be part and parcel of the work outputs to ensure the Tobago that is we is a much more beautiful Tobago, a much more productive Tobago, a much more successful Tobago, and ultimately the Tobago that becomes the greatest little island on the planet. Thank you. Happy New Year to everyone. And we march forward together towards January the 12th, 2026. Tomorrow we meet down in Mount Pleasant, Lowlands, near Perfect Tint, next to After Cat Supermarket in the area there. Tomorrow is what day? Tomorrow is Friday, you see? Tomorrow is Friday, so don't look for me tomorrow night. But the party has capable deputy political leaders who will deputize and will give Area Representative Wayne Clark the support. So tomorrow we are in Lowlands. On Saturday, we are down in the Mount Pleasant area. So we go down to Lowlands, down by Cad's supermarket there. And Saturday is, and from Saturday we will have 2 meetings per night. So Saturday will be both Bonaccord Compoint and Boku Mount Pleasant for our focus. Again, thank you. I believe this steel orchestra might be playing the Tobago we song to serenade us on the way out. And then we have some non-alcoholic cocktails outside. We're starting the new year fresh with a commitment to always be sober and steadying our minds and ready for the change that is coming. Thank you, and God richly bless you.